Chapter 668. This lady was a distant relative of Lin Menghan and lived in Malaysia. Her family owned a few shipyards and had a net worth of 200 million Wuxia dollars. They were quite influential in Southeast Asia. This time, she wanted to send a son to the ancient Wudong. She came with the intention of worshipping. When she saw Elder Tang bringing along 2 bodyguards, she was annoyed and felt that the old man was being immature. "Why can't we bring them along?" Zhang Qianlei frowned. The lady pointed at the few men in front of her and said, "Do you see that? This is Macau's gambling king, He Hongqian. This is Hong Kong's richest man, Superman Li. This is the leader of the United Bamboo Gang in Taiwan. Macau's gambling king, controlling a net worth of 500 billion. Macau's first chief executive, Mr. Hahua, is his nephew. Hong Kong's richest man, Superman Li, needless to say. The richest man in the Chinese circle, who doesn't know him? Chief one of the United Bamboo sect is a person who can call the wind and summon the rain on Treasure Island. His words carry enormous weight, and his hands reach the heavens. What kind of status do they have? What kind of glorious status do they have? But they are all light and did not bring a single bodyguard with them. Who do you think you are, old man? Do you think you are the emperor? How dare you bring bodyguards with you? How can bodyguards like you have the right to go to the back of Wudang sect? Such a lowly person, like an ant, can also occupy a seat? This old man is being impulsive. I am ashamed. I am ashamed. Elder Tang was already aware of his fate. His heart was calm as he repeatedly apologized. Jiang Tian was not bothered by the provocation of these lowly people. But Zhang Qianlei could not take it and said angrily, "What lowly people? Bitch, if you dare to be disrespectful again, I will slap you. Mr. Zhang, please maintain your manners. If not, get out of the car." Seeing this, Lin Menghan walked over and scolded angrily. "Bitch, how dare you talk to me like that? Be careful or I will strike you with lightning." Zhang Qianlei was furious and wanted to tear Lin Menghan into pieces. "Are you crazy? How dare you talk to senior sister Menghan like that?" A male disciple unsheathed the sword at his waist, revealing a blade that shone with a cold light. Don't think that you can be so presumptuous just because you have some ability in the secular world. This is Wudang sect, a semi-hidden sect. Even a billionaire would have to show some respect to any one of their disciples. If you dare to speak to junior sister Menghan like that again, I'll chop you up with my sword. Do you know what a semi-hidden sect is? Hidden in the clouds, they were detached from worldly affairs. Even the secular government did not dare to provoke them. Killing ants like you is as easy as chopping vegetables. Many disciples on the chariot pointed at Zhang Qianlei and shouted in a high and mighty voice. Even though Lin Menghan was only at the pinnacle of inner strength, she was able to make a name for herself in the outer sect of Wudang sect due to her beautiful and fashionable looks. These male disciples all adored her and were quite protective of her. Wudang is indeed Wudang. Domineering. Such an insignificant ant dares to challenge the dignity of a semi-hidden sect. He deserves to die. Get out. How dare you disrespect a semi-hidden sect? Your kid will be kicked out of the sect. Yeah, don't you know the rules? Don't you know what a semi-hidden sect is? Seeing this, some of the family members on the chariot cheered and clapped in excitement. Some of them pointed at Jiang Tian and scolded him. These secular people don't know that in their eyes, you are also ants. They want to kill Zhang Qianlei now. Don't they know that if they don't like you in the future, they will also kill you? Seeing this, Jiang Tian's expression did not change as he smiled mockingly. The ancient Wudang sect had never been a good thing. In Jinling, they supported the Nie Zhanghai family and bullied the weak. They went around seizing, burning, killing, and looting. In Chen Fan's previous life, the Jiang family was destroyed by the Nie family. In Yanjin, Chen Xuejiao and many other disciples of Wudang sect acted as pawns of the Condor gang. They were in cahoots with the White Emperor city and bullied the weak. They acted like tyrants in Wuxia. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian's heart skipped a beat. Both the Nie family and Chen Xuejiao had connections with the Cherry Blossom Society. Could it be that the ancient Wudong sect also had connections with foreign countries? On the chariot, everyone was mocking Jiang Tian and the others. Yi Hongqian, the gambling king of Macau, closed his eyes and didn't say a word. It was as if he was afraid that Jiang Tian would dirty his eyes. How dare a guard offend the Wudong sect? He must have a death wish. Wan Gong, leader of the United Bamboo sect, shook his head and curled his lips. He also thought that Zhang Qianlei was too naive. This kid is not ordinary. Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him, he will remain calm. However, Superman Li, the richest man in Hong Kong, looked at Jiang Tian and a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Jiang Tian didn't react at all from the beginning to the end. The reprimands and provocations of many people did not seem to enter his eyes at all. He seemed to have some foundation. Senior Sister Lin, please don't scold them for the sake of the old man. He wanted to befriend Jiang Tian, so he tried to persuade him with a smile. They must have thought that the ancient Wudong sect is powerful and wanted to see it for themselves. The ancient Wudong sect has always been kind to people. Why are you so angry? Superman Li, do we need your advice on how the ancient Wudong sect operates? Even though she was facing the richest man in Hong Kong, Lin Menghan didn't show him any respect. She sneered and said, "Give you face? What do you have that I should give you face? I remember that your son was kidnapped by the thief of the century, Zhang Ziqiang. That's why you begged the two elite disciples of the ancient Wudong sect to serve you. Every year, you would offer hundreds of millions of gifts to my master. You begged him for more than 10 years before my master agreed to it." She was arrogant and haughty. Her face was filled with disdain. "I respect you, that's why I call you Mr. Richest Man. If I don't respect you, you are nothing but an ant that I can crush with my bare hands." Speaking up to this point, her voice raised a few notches as she sternly reprimanded, "Since you know what's good for you, then you should be smart. You need the protection of the ancient Wudong sect. Don't talk too much. Why do we need to explain to you how the ancient Wudong sect operates?" Yes. I know I was wrong." Superman Li didn't dare to show his displeasure. Instead, he clasped his hands together and apologized profusely. What an arrogant bitch. Zhang Qianlei was furious when he saw this, and he gnashed his teeth to the point they emitted cracking sounds. He formed seals with his fingers and intended to attack. However, Jiang Tian spoke to him through telepathy. "That's enough, Brother Lei. Don't lower yourself to their level. We will raise the ancient Wudong sect to the ground later." Zhang Qianlei angrily sat back down and glared at Lin Menghan. He then used his psychic power to communicate with her. "Old Jiang, I don't care about anything else. You must leave this woman to me. I will kill her." Seeing that Zhang Qianlei had stopped talking, Lin Menghan was even more disdainful. "They are just ants of the mundane world. How dare they threaten me? When I expose Tang Linglong, I will kill all three of them." At the back of the Wu Dang sect, Nie Shuaman arrived at the Jingle Palace to meet with Chen Anping. "Kong Teichu is not coming?" Chen Anping shook his head and lamented. "This time, I have invited the leaders of the 9-story pagoda, Hong sect, Jin Gang temple and many other semi-hidden forces to come." He was already 100 years old, but his cultivation was profound and he was good at retaining his youthful looks. However, he looked like he was in his 40s. He was wearing a blue satin Daoist robe. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. He looked like an immortal. "Master, what do you think we should do?" Nie Shueman, who was sitting down, asked a question first. Then, her beautiful face was filled with viciousness. "I suggest that we imprison Tang Linglong and force Kong Teichu to come and get her. Today, we will chop off one of her legs and send Tang Guizhu to Jiang Tian. If he doesn't come, we will chop off another one. Then, we will cut off her nose, gouge out her eyes, cut off her arms, and peel off her face, until Kong Teichu comes." When the other elders and hall masters heard these vicious words, their hearts trembled, and a chill ran down their spines. "Shuman, that is a good idea." However, Chen Anping was full of praise. "Although Kong Teichu will be cautious, I have many powerful people here. I don't think he will be a match for us. Shun, you've learned a lot from me in your way of doing things. He sneered and said with a cold look in his eyes, Jiang Taichu, that trash, an ant in the secular world, dares to repeatedly offend my Wudong sect. First, he destroyed the Nye family of Jinling. Then, he killed Chen Qingshan and Chen Xuejiao. He destroyed the Condor gang and obstructed the Wu Dang sect's plan to control the mortal world. Kong Taichu is a fool. Does he think that no one in the Wu Dang sect can stop him? Lu Xueman was delighted when she heard this. She quickly got up and kowtowed. Master is wise. Kong Taichu is a vicious dog who kills people easily. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a big problem. Chen Anping nodded and said, You have done a lot of research and suggestions to deal with Kong Taichu. After this, I will give you a few sets of the sect's cultivation techniques to help you reach the immortal state. Li Mubai, the personal disciple, frowned. It's just that if Kong Taichu doesn't come, we will let all these powerful people come for nothing. It will also be a waste of our connections. How can we let them come for nothing? Chen Anping laughed. Then, he said with a cold and sinister expression, the seal on the bronze pillar that imprisoned the Duke-level vampire is getting weaker and weaker. Even though I used the soul-guiding mystic technique to summon the souls of a few disciples to suppress his soul, he still wouldn't give up. This time, I've teamed up with a few godly state, half-step human immortals and human immortals to strengthen the seal, suck the blood essence of this blood-kindred devil, or refine his divine soul and make him our servant. Boom. Everyone was in an uproar. Lu Xueman was even more frightened. A complicated expression appeared on her face. It turned out that the sect leader had such a plan. It turned out that this was the ultimate goal of inviting all the sect leaders to watch the sect competition. Chapter 669. That Duke-level blood demon is really powerful. Yeah. Even though he's imprisoned in the cliff cave and is a few miles away from us, I can still feel his bloodthirsty aura. I heard that during the Qing dynasty, he invaded Huaxia with the Eight-Nation Alliance. He easily devoured a town or a village and created a sea of blood. If sect leader LV Yongzhen had not joined forces with the Kunlun sect leader and many other powerful figures to suppress and seal him, I'm afraid our orthodoxy would have been destroyed. Everyone was shocked. Sigh. My original plan was to kill Kong Taichu with many of my fellow cultivators and obtain the secrets of the ruins of immortality. The sect leaders would definitely help me suppress this blood demon in return. Chen Anping shook his head regretfully. I didn't expect Kong Taichu to be such a coward. I thought too highly of him. Looks like I can only give those friends some heavenly treasures as thanks. After suppressing that blood demon, we just need to take some of the blood from the blood pool and refine some pills for our friends. That should be enough. Nye Xueman suggested. By the way, I asked that. Xianxia to find out the cultivation method of brain Daoist. Did he get any results? He hasn't been reporting to us recently. A hint of displeasure flashed across Chen Anping's face as he said, Xueman, although he's your nephew, he's not related by blood. You must know that I've never taken in trash. Nye Xueman hurriedly said, I haven't seen him for a long time. I'll go take a look now. If you can't get anything out of him, get rid of him. Chen Anping swung his sleeves and snorted. I understand. Nye Xueman was so scared that she trembled. Li Mubai, remember to keep an eye on Tang Linglong. Don't let her escape. Also, take good care of our friends. Yes. Sect leader. Li Mubai hurriedly stood up and answered. Although Kong Taichu isn't coming this time, I still feel a little uneasy for some reason. Reinforce the sect's defenses. Be on high alert. Chen Anping gave a few more orders before he gradually calmed down. Disciple understands. Everyone accepted the order and left. The meeting ended. Nye Xueman walked out of the meeting hall with a heavy heart. Li Mubai pulled her little hand and said, Remember to tell Nye Mingyuan that we're getting married. I'm annoyed by the way he looks at you. It's like he's looking at a goddess. He's my nephew. What are you thinking? Anger appeared on Nye Xueman's face as she flung his hand away. Nephew? Are you related by blood? Li Mubai was not as humble as before. Instead, he proudly snorted and said, Let me tell you, My cultivation is now stronger than yours. I am already at the peak of qi refining. Maybe I am the sect leader. I know you're amazing. Nye Xuemon tugged at his hand and said in a tender voice, but don't overthink it. I just pity him. After all, I owe him a debt of gratitude for raising me. Oomph. Li Mubai proudly raised his chin. Nye Xuemon saw that there was no one around, so she secretly kissed him on the cheek. With a slightly red face, she coquettishly said, "Are you satisfied now? I'm going to the cliff cave." Then she floated away. Li Mubai was very satisfied. Touching the soft and tender kiss mark on his face, he said happily, "Sure enough, cultivation is everything in a hidden sect. When my cultivation was not as good as hers, I was just a spare tire. When did she ever look at me properly? Let's go. I'm going to guard Tang Linglong. Good job on the mission. Master will reward you." This disciple swaggered toward the Daoist palace where Tang Linglong was. It took Nye Xuemon half an hour to pass through a magnificent hall and finally arrived at the backyard of the dojo. Out of the small courtyard, she walked into a narrow path and flew up the mountain for a mile. Finally, she arrived at an iron chain bridge. Instead of calling it an iron chain bridge, it was more appropriate to call it an iron chain. A lone iron chain extended into the depths of the Sea of Clouds and was submerged by the Sea of Clouds. Those who were not in the core of the sect would definitely not know where it reached. Nye Xuemon had been cultivating in Wudong sect since she was 16 years old. After 10 years of hard work, she went from the lowest servant disciple to a direct disciple. She even had the chance to take over the position of the sect leader. During the 10 long years, she cultivated diligently. Not only did she suffer hardships, but she also fought and killed people to seize the sect's treasures. There was also the struggle for power among the sect's elders, hall masters, and disciples. Everyone was scheming against each other. And these wind blades and snow swords forced her to gradually develop a ruthless, decisive, and tenacious personality. These painful experiences and cruel tempering even made her feel very fulfilled, and she was willing to endure them. But when she thought of the cave on the cliff at the end of the iron chain, a heartfelt disgust rose from the bottom of her heart. There was even a trace of uncontrollable fear. However, Mingyuan said that I must tell him anything about Jiang Tian. I'd better tell him. It's time to tell him about my relationship with Li Mubai. Nye Xuemon's face was sad and disappointed. She sighed and said faintly, "Sigh, he even has to walk a few kilometers of mountain road to the cliff cave. If he doesn't know how to use this iron chain, what's the difference between him and a piece of trash?" In the end, she jumped up and down on the iron chain like a nimble bird. With one step, she crossed dozens of meters and flew toward the cliff in the distance. Nye Xuemon felt strange and uneasy when she walked into the cliff cave. Many imprisoned martial arts and sorcery masters were on the verge of death. They were shivering in the corner. In some caves, people were gone. Only piles of bones were left. What's going on? So many people have died recently? He's really useless. Nye Xuemon frowned and muttered. Some of these prisoners were martial artists, sorcerers, and some were rich and powerful people. They had all offended Wudong sect. They were kidnapped by Wudong sect but not killed. Their purpose was to extract their marrow and make them provide Wudong sect with a steady stream of money and wealth. Now that they were dead, Nye Mingyuan would be severely scolded by his master. He might even be expelled from the sect. She came to the depths of the cave prison. What? Brain Daoist and Vampire Duke are also dead? How did Mingyuan end up like this? It's over. Nye Xuemon was even more shocked to find that Brain Daoist was gone. The blood pool had also dried up. She beat her chest and stamped her feet. She was almost scared out of her wits. Although Nye Xuemon and Nye Mingyuan were like a couple when they were young, Nye Xuemon and Nye Mingyuan were very close. But at this moment, Nye Xuemon was completely disappointed in Nye Mingyuan. He would definitely be punished to death. There was no need to hide her relationship with Li Mubai from him. No, I have to report this to Master. Nye Xuemon hurriedly walked out of the cave and was about to leave. Xuemon, why are you here? Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Nie Mingyuan appeared on the platform at the entrance of the cave like a ghost. Mingyuan, have you recovered? Nie Xueman's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Nie Mingyuan's face was like jade. His skin was fair. Not only had his burns healed, but he was also more handsome than before. His black robe made him look even more handsome and elegant. However, there was an indescribable evil charm in his temperament. Demon Lord, this girl is full of vitality and has a strong body. She is a good nourishment. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded. The brain Taoist soul was talking. Shut up. Nie Mingyuan frowned and scolded sternly. Nie Xueman was shocked. Nie Mingyuan made two completely different voices. Could it be that his mind was damaged by hatred and he had schizophrenia? Nie Mingyuan held Nie Xueman's hand and said with a smile, Xueman, my potential has been stimulated. I've recovered. You've really recovered. That's great. For a moment, Nie Xueman was hesitating whether she should choose Nie Mingyuan. After all, they were young and affectionate. It was hard to forget. Marry me. I'm about to reach the top of the world and look down on this planet. I can even take you on the ancient path of the stars and travel the world. Nie Mingyuan's tears rolled down his cheeks. But all these years, the hatred for my parents and your love are the only things that keep me going. I won't leave you behind. Reach the top of the world and look down on this planet. Nie Xueman's face suddenly turned cold. She said mockingly, Are you crazy? You don't have the talent for cultivation. Before Nie Mingyuan could explain, she broke free from Nie Mingyuan's hands and turned around. She said indifferently, Master asked you to investigate the cultivation method of the brain Taoist and the method of refining the blood pool. How did it go? Where is he? Where is the blood pool? Why is it gone? Of course I've investigated it thoroughly. But there's no need to give it to that old bastard Chen Anping. Nie Mingyuan flicked his sleeves and looked at her with disdain. I've refined the blood pool. I'm very powerful now. Chen Anping is just a piece of trash that I can kill with one finger. You're crazy. How dare you disrespect the sect leader? Nie Xueman was shocked and then became furious. She shouted sternly, Do you know that if the sect leader hears this, you'll be dead on the spot? Nie Mingyuan, if you find the cultivation method, report it to Master immediately. Maybe he'll show you mercy and forgive you for losing the blood pool. Shun, what if I don't? Nie Mingyuan was stunned for a moment and suddenly asked. A trace of coldness flashed in the depths of her evil eyes. Of course I'll capture you and send you to the sect leader for him to deal with you. Nie Xueman turned her head and said coldly, The Nie family has raised me. I don't want to do this, but I can't disobey Master's order. I'll plead for you. In your eyes, there's only the kindness of raising me? Nie Mingyuan suddenly asked with a faint smile. What else? Nie Xueman flicked her sleeves and said impatiently, Not to mention that you have no cultivation, you can't even keep two useless old monsters in check. You're just a piece of trash. From now on, you and I are only friends of the same sect. There's nothing else. I advise you to stop your wishful thinking and stop pestering me. I'm already engaged to Li Mubai. If he wants to kill you, I won't stop him. I've said it before. You should eat her. A strange laughter sounded out of nowhere. It was full of bloodthirst. Cut the crap. The demon lord is going to show off. Before killing someone, he has to show off. Another mocking voice sounded. Chapter 670. Shut up, you two bastards. Nie Mingyuan's voice resounded through the mountains like a demon's roar. Nie Xueman almost spat out blood. For a moment, the clouds in the mountains were silent. Nie Xueman took a few steps back and looked at Nie Mingyuan in shock. Mingyuan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so strange? Nie Mingyuan's eyes flowed with tears of blood. He looked up and laughed bitterly. Sure enough, this world always respects the strong. The strong overlook the world and get everything. The weak lose everything and can't protect your parents and family. Even your lover will abandon you. As he spoke, the black and red demonic aura around Nie Mingyuan surged wildly. Then, the bones all over his body made cracking noises. his body grew taller and taller, his muscles expanded, and bone spurs grew out. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a hell-suppressing demon god that was more than 5 meters tall, with 2 horns on his head, bone spurs on his body, and 9 demon heads on his back. What is this? Compared to Nie Mingyuan's demon lord physique, Nie Shuaman looked like a weak ant. She was so shocked that her face turned pale and she screamed uncontrollably. At the same time, 5 or 6 sword auras slashed on Nie Mingyuan's body. Of course, Nie Mingyuan was not hurt at all. "Sigh, I told you that I've become stronger, but you didn't believe me." Nie Mingyuan's mouth opened to his ears, revealing his white teeth that were like halberds. He licked the corner of his mouth with his saliva and asked curiously, "Shuaman, why do you want to kill me? Even if you've forgotten our old relationship, you don't have to be so ruthless. You're a demon. How did you become like this?" Nie Shuaman's mind was buzzing from the loud demonic voice. She was so shocked that her face turned pale. She staggered back and fell to the ground. "My physical body is just my appearance. Maybe my heart has always been like this. This is my true form." Nie Mingyuan squatted down and looked at Nie Shuaman with greedy eyes. He grinned and said, "It should be delicious." "No, don't kill me. Have you forgotten the feelings between us? You do love me. I'm willing to marry you. We'll be together forever and never be separated." Although the other party squatted down, Nie Shuaman still felt as if she was being suppressed by a mountain. She was so scared that she trembled and begged with tears streaming down her face. "Yes, I love you very much, so let's merge into one and become a part of my body." Nie Mingyuan stretched out his bony hand and gently rubbed Nie Shuaman's tender cheek. Nie Shuaman's scream was like tearing brocade and tearing silk. Nie Mingyuan opened his ferocious mouth and instantly held her head in his mouth, biting it down. Crunch, crunch. Nie Shuaman's head was crushed, and her brain and blood flowed out. She had become his most delicious food. Nie Mingyuan's eyes were filled with tears of blood, but his teeth were still grinding and chewing crazily. His tongue was rolling as he swallowed at lightning speed. Blood spurted out from the corner of her mouth. Nie Shuaman's internal organs, torso, limbs, were all eaten up in no time. Suddenly, Nie Shuaman's face appeared on one of the scales on the black snake's head. That face kept on twisting and changing. It had already demonized and was actually somewhat sinister. It frantically struggled and rammed about as it roared, "Mingyuan, let me out." "Why do you want to go out?" "Now, your divine soul is already a part of me. This is the true meaning of never being separated." Nie Mingyuan sat on the platform and smiled foolishly. Bloody tears flowed down his evil face. "Delicious. Let's go and eat a few more." Then he suddenly turned into an ordinary black-clothed and black-haired person. With a flick of his sleeves, he turned into a demonic light and rushed to the Wudong training hall. 10 minutes later, Nie Mingyuan appeared at the entrance of the Mingdao Hall. He shook his body and turned into the image of Tang Linglong. "Tang Lingling, when did you come out? Didn't Master order you to cultivate in seclusion to prepare for the upcoming intersect tournament?" Seeing Tang Linglong walk in from the door, Li Mubai was surprised and then questioned angrily. Nie Mingyuan snorted coldly and raised his hand. Billowing demonic energy instantly sucked Li Mubai's blood essence dry. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. In a second, he turned into a dry corpse and fell to the ground. "How dare you kill senior brother?" The disciples guarding around were shocked and angry. They didn't know whether to run away or take down Nie Mingyuan. "Die all of you." Nie Mingyuan moved his soul and a black wind swept across the courtyard with a radius of 50 or 60 meters. Everyone's body stiffened and fell to the ground, turning into dry corpses. Only one disciple was left with half a life. His breathing was weak, but his hair had turned white and his face was haggard. He looked like an 80-year-old man. Boom. 10 seconds later, Nie Mingyuan appeared in a courtyard and turned into the image of Tang Linglong. He walked toward a big house. In the big house, 7 or 8 martial arts overlords gathered and laughed. They were at least transcendent masters. The leader was a woman in a cheongsam who looked to be in her 30s. Seeing this woman, a peak transcendent elder of Wudang sect was amazed. This woman was already in her 60s, but she still looked so young. It was amazing. Ms. Yi Xian used to be Mr. Zhongshan's chief bodyguard. She is the disciple of Sita Yuanhao, the leader of the Hong sect. She is one of the 4 elders of Wudang sect. I am afraid that you are already half a step away from immortal state. Since you are here, make sure that Kong Teichu never comes back. A hint of fear surfaced on his face as he cupped his fists and said, "That Kong Teichu is so domineering. Situ Jie's sudden death must have been caused by Kong Teichu." Ms. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as she snorted. She slammed the armrest of the chair and snorted. The ancestral master of the Hong sect is about to come out of seclusion. How dare he offend us? My master and his disciple Yuanhao are on their way. Kong Teichu is going to die. You want to kill my master? Suddenly, Nie Mingyuan turned into the image of Tang Linglong and kicked open the door. Tang Linglong? The elder was taken aback, but he quickly calmed himself down. He cracked a smile and said, "You stole from the Wudang sect. Why aren't you surrendering now? Kneel down and submit. You are the disciple of Kong Teichu, Tang Linglong." Ms. Yi Xian rose to her feet and walked toward Nie Mingyuan. She said coldly, "I am here today to kill Kong Teichu. But I don't mind breaking one of your arms first." "You are asking for it." Nie Mingyuan cracked a smile and took a step forward. Kaboom! He threw a punch at Ms. Yi Xian's chest. Sensing the terrifying fiend qi, Ms. Yi Xian was taken aback. She had never thought that her opponent would be so powerful. She used all kinds of secret arts in a blink of an eye, but none of them worked. She was knocked 10 meters away by her opponent and fell to the ground, dead. Half a step away from immortal state. So what? Nie Mingyuan smiled arrogantly. He didn't even bother to look at the horrified elder and disappeared in a flash. In a blink of an eye, Nie Mingyuan turned into Tang Linglong and flashed in and out of the Wudang sect. He killed many elders, hall masters, and masters of martial arts and semi-hidden sects invited by the Wudang sect. Then, his body flickered a few times and left the ancient Wudang sect. "Master? Where are we going?" The divine soul of the brain Daoist asked. "Kill Wuxia martial arts and conquer the world." Nie Mingyuan's eyes lit up. He stared at the rugged mountain path and said coldly, "Kong Teichu is there, but he is too powerful. I can't kill him yet. My cultivation is still not as powerful as Jiang Tian's. I need to strengthen my cultivation and gather my forces to tear this kid into pieces." After he said that, his body suddenly turned into a cloud of black mist and drifted in the forest. The semi-hidden Wudang sect had nothing to do with the historical Wudang sect. The historical Wudang sect, founded by Zhang Sanfeng, was located at Mount Wuxian and practiced internal martial arts, Tai Chi, and Tai Chi sword. This sect was not a hidden sect, but a sect that entered the world. It was still thriving and had many disciples. The real semi-hidden Wudang sect was rarely known in the secular world. It was much more secretive than the Wudang sect and had a much longer history. It was passed down from the Tang dynasty and worshipped the god of the north, Zhenwu Emperor. After passing Mount Wuxian, the mountain road was cut off. The Jinbei bus stopped here and everyone got off. A huge barbed wire gate blocked the road. There was an iron sign hanging on it that read, "National Protection Primitive Forest, no sightseeing." Looking inside, he saw huge trees blotting out the sky, clouds and mist swirling about, and wild beasts roaring and roaring. This is a small cloud formation. It is 5 or 6 kilometers wide and more than 2,000 meters high. It even covers the back of the mountain. Even the reconnaissance satellites can't find it. There are many wild boars, bears, and other wild beasts. Together with the cloud formation, it forms an isolation zone. Normal people would be scared away if they came here, not to mention that there are even more dangerous arrangements inside. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded slightly. This is a typical semi-hidden sect. It is not a dimensional space or a small world. It is in the same world as us. It is just that it is hidden by a mysterious formation. It is difficult for normal people to find it. A disciple opened the lock on the barbed wire gate. Everyone was nervous and expectant as they followed in. Here, the thick fog only allowed them to see 2 to 3 meters. They could also hear the roars of wild beasts. It was scary. Everyone, don't panic. Just follow me. Lin Menghan took out a compass-sized formation plate and tapped on it a few times. Suddenly, the fog dispersed and a winding path appeared. After everyone walked through, the fog immediately closed up. It was very magical. The winding path was bumpy and surrounded by fog. Thorns covered the path and there were a few bloody bones on the ground. Everyone was so scared that they jumped up. This is the fate of those who trespassed at the back of Wu Dang's sect. They are courting death. Lin Menghan snorted arrogantly, those bears and tigers are not decorations. It is not that they do not attack humans, but they are scared of us. Senior Sister Lin is really skilled. The United Bamboo Sects One Chili praised her with a face full of admiration. If you ever visit Taiwan in the future, you must stay at my place for a few days. This old man will be waiting for you. Lin Menghan only smiled indifferently. After walking for 4 to 5 kilometers, they finally passed through the fog formation. Everyone was panting from exhaustion, but Lin Menghan and the other Wu Dang disciples did not have any change in expression. Seeing that everyone was moving slowly, Lin Menghan said impatiently, "All right, follow this path slowly. Don't take any crossroads and you will reach Wu Dang's sect." Saying this, she led the group of disciples and walked in front. Senior Menghan, wait. Everyone hurriedly followed, afraid that they would meet wild beasts like tigers and bears. Jiang Tian, Zhang Qianlei and Tang Guizhu walked slowly at the back. Along the way, many people tried to bully Jiang Tian and the rest. Why should they stay together and look for trouble? What a thick demonic aura. Old Jiang, do you feel it? Suddenly, Zhang Qianlei was shocked, and his eyes swept over the mountain forest like lightning. Chapter 671. Well, it's the demon god's physique. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful physique on Earth. Jiang Tian's expression was solemn. Without saying a word, he tore through the air with a whoosh and charged toward that demonic qi. Old Jiang, be careful. Let's fight together. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful devil qi. Behind him, Zhang Qianlei also caught up. It's the demon god's physique. He's so fast. At this time, Nie Mingyuan exerted his body movement to the extreme and escaped more than 10 kilometers away in an instant. But suddenly, the mind Taoist divine soul screamed in horror in Nie Mingyuan's mind. Shut up! Nie Mingyuan turned into a black mist, hiding and running among the strange rocks in the mountain forest. Jiang Tian and Zhang Qianlei did not hesitate. One slashed with the Gingjin Qi weapon, and the other bombarded with thunder and lightning. Nie Mingyuan's gaze swept over Jiang Tian and Zhang Qianlei's figures in the sky, and he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. This guy's cultivation is so powerful now. He can sense my existence from 10 kilometers away, and he's chasing me like a maggot. And the guy who can control thunder is also difficult to deal with. He almost made me vomit blood twice. Demon, stop. With Jiang Tian's shout, Little Black's flying sword broke through the air and slashed at the black mist like lightning. The black mist was penetrated by Little Black's flying sword and quickly dissipated. But in just a breath's time, it rolled and rolled a few kilometers away and suddenly condensed out. Little Black's flying sword flew back to Jiang Tian's hand. Jiang Tian scanned the black mist with his divine sense and could not help frowning. It's the physique of 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 physique. When Jiang Tian was about to chase again, his phone suddenly rang. It was Elder Tang. Master Kong, bad news. Ling Long is in trouble. She killed more than 10 people. Wudong's sect wants to kill her. What? Jiang Tian's face changed slightly. He could only give up on chasing Nie Mingyuan. Without saying a word, he flew toward the Wudong dojo. What's wrong, old Jiang? Keep chasing. Zhang Qianlei shouted as he followed Jiang Tian. I have to hurry back. After Jiang Tian finished explaining the reason, Zhang Qianlei laughed and said, "Damn, like teacher, like disciple. Old Jiang, your disciple is exactly the same as you. But what's the big deal about killing a few Wu Dang disciples? Chen Onping also wants to bare his teeth?" On the other hand, Tang Linglong was meditating and cultivating in her own palace, preparing for the upcoming grand competition of the sect. Suddenly, the entire Wudang training hall was in chaos. The sound of running, shouting, and screaming rose and fell one after another. It was a boiling cauldron of voices. This which should be in the palace. Don't tell me he ran away. That's right. After killing so many people, how could she still dare to stay? Outside the door came the sound of messy footsteps and clamoring, as if there were a lot of people. What's going on? Tang Linglong frowned and stopped cultivating. When she opened the door, she could not help but be shocked, and her expression changed drastically. Dozens of Wudang elders, hall masters, elite disciples, and many martial arts experts who came to watch the competition crowded the courtyard. Everyone pulled out their long swords and long sabers. Their eyes were vigilant and full of hatred. When they saw her come out, they took a few steps back like the tide. Seeing this, Tang Linglong knew that it was not good. Could it be that her identity was exposed and the people of Wudong wanted to kill her? "What are you doing here with your sabers and swords? You're courting death. I'm the personal disciple of the sect leader." However, Tang Linglong had experienced many big scenes after all. She immediately forced herself to calm down, raised her eyebrows, and shouted loudly. As soon as these words came out, the other elite disciples did not dare to speak. But one of the Wudang sect elders took a step forward and shouted loudly, "Tang Linglong, you disguised yourself and came to Wudang sect to steal from us. This is unforgivable. Now, by the order of the sect leader, you have been removed from Wudang sect. Immediately surrender and accept the punishment of the sect leader." This person was Du Feixiang, the law enforcement elder of Wudang sect. He was half a step away from the immortal state and had a high status in the sect. The disciples immediately cheered up when they heard this. It turned out that she had stolen from Wudang sect to learn from them. Great, she would be severely punished by the sect. If Tang Linglong was punished, then their chances of winning the inter-sect tournament would increase by a few notches. "How dare you? How dare you steal from Wudang sect? You are no different from a thief. Do you want to die? What are you waiting for? Kneel down and surrender now. If the sect leader is merciful, he may spare your life. If you dare to hesitate for one more second, I will cut you into pieces and cut you into pieces." Suddenly, several elite disciples led by Shijiani pulled out their swords and took a few steps forward. They shouted and threatened fiercely. Tang Linglong knew that the cover had been blown, so she decided to be tough to the end. She raised her chin proudly and snorted. "Sect leader Chen knows that I, Tang Linglong, brought the skills to the sect. I have never hidden it from him. What crime have I committed?" She was also very alert and had been prepared for this. She had set up a shortcut on her phone so that she could dial her grandfather's number with one click. At this time, she put her right hand in her pocket and quickly pressed a few buttons. When she felt that the call should be connected, she shouted again. "Steal from you? Wudang sect's skills are so shallow. Is it worth it for me to steal? Let me tell you, my master is Kong Teichu. I dare you to lay a finger on me." "What? Her master's Kong Teichu?" Shijiani and the other disciples were shocked when they heard this. They subconsciously took a few steps back. The semi-hidden sect had a deep heritage and its disciples were all arrogant. They had always looked down on secular martial artists. But Kong Teichu was different. He was the most powerful overlord in the secular world and was famous for his power. Rumor had it that he had surpassed the immortal state and was half a step away from becoming a mortal immortal. Even sect leader Chen Onping was on par with him. Rumor had it that he was extremely ruthless and vicious. He would kill people at the slightest provocation. He killed everyone in his way. Wherever he went, heads rolled and blood flowed like a river. Who dared to provoke this god of killing? Kong Teichu's disciple? Then you deserve to die. Law enforcement elder Du Feixiang gritted his teeth and said, The Nie family of Jin City supported by Wu Dang was annihilated by him. Chen Qingshan and Chen Xuejiao of Yanjin were killed. The Chen family of Yanjin has fallen into the hands of Kong Teichu. Wu Dang and Kong Teichu are irreconcilable enemies. Du Feixiang, the Nie family of Jin City and the Chen family of Yanjin don't know what's good for them. They want to kill my master. Tang Linglong sneered with disdain. But when did the Diamond Temple offend you? How dare you kill my junior brother? Before Du Feixiang could say anything, a monk holding a Buddhist staff angrily strode out with large strides. Abbot of the Diamond Temple, Master Wuchen. I heard that he is half an immortal state warrior. His junior brother is Zen Master Wugo, right? Was he also killed by the demoness? Seeing this, the onlookers backed away and made a path for the monk. Master Wuchen was tall and muscular, but his face was fierce like a Vajra. He used to be a Buddhist disciple of the Fayun Temple, but he was caught stealing Buddha's bone relics. He killed the abbot and escaped to the Padala Palace to join the Tantric sect. In the Padala Palace, he learned the art of delightful Zen and was discovered by Master Jialan of the Padala Palace. He injured Master Jialan and escaped. In the Tibetan area, he set up his own sect, the Diamond Temple, and called himself abbot. Wu Chen was known as a Buddhist, but in fact he and a few of his disciples had been practicing the shady business of robbing. The Tibetan area was also a treasure land. There were still many famous mountains that had not been opened, and the spiritual qi was rich. Many cultivators practiced asceticism or built a hut there. Since then, the sea was wide and the sky was high. Wuchen did not rob other things, but he robbed these cultivators and lamas of magic tools, books, and secret cultivation methods. He had a lot of gains. Wuchen first practiced Zen and then entered the Tantric sect. Over the years, he had killed and robbed, and he had obtained a lot of secret cultivation methods. In the Tibetan area, except for the majestic Kunlun, Monk Wuchen was invincible. Everyone who heard his name would shudder. Monk, you are slandering me. Tang Linglong raised her eyebrows and said angrily, I have been practicing in the hall today and never went out. When did I kill your junior brother? This demoness is ruthless when she kills people, but now she doesn't dare to admit it. We saw it clearly. You killed Martial Uncle Wugo. Demoness, you still don't admit it. This girl is quite beautiful. Won't it be beautiful if we catch her and practice the happy Zen together? Some of the monks shouted angrily, and some smiled wretchedly. They were already tempted. Tang Linglong was very beautiful. Her skin was like jade, and her figure was slender. She was curvaceous and exquisite. She was also the disciple of Kong Teichu and the pro-disciple of the leader of Wudang sect. She had a noble aura. Not to mention sleeping with her, they would be willing to sacrifice 2 years of their life if they could take advantage of the chaos and touch her when they caught her. Tang Linglong had followed Jiang Tian for a long time. She was as arrogant as him. Back then, her cultivation was still weak, but she did not bow down to the old guru Qiaobin. Now, she was comparable to a half-step divine realm master. Bald bastard, you are courting death. Hearing that, Tang Linglong's beautiful eyes were spitting fire. She stared at the monk with a wretched smile. Her body moved, and she passed through the crowd like a butterfly. A ray of cold light flashed, and the long sword was thrust at the monk. The wretched monk was a transcendent state cultivator, and he was powerful in the Tibetan area. Demoness, how dare you hurt me? Amidst the shouts of surprise and anger, the monk used a variety of techniques. He crushed the Buddhist beads and formed a series of Buddhist hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, a protective golden light appeared around his body. Chapter 672. But in the face of such a sharp sword, the powerful Buddha's light was useless. Tang Linglong's sword had the essence of the Taishan 13 swords and was extremely powerful. This sword was like an antelope with a horn, untraceable and untraceable. It passed through layers of defense at an extremely subtle angle, piercing through the monk's protective upstanding qi before piercing through his chest. A stream of blood spurted out from the monk's chest. The monk fell to the ground and died in the blink of an eye. The others were shocked and retreated. After Tang Linglong's attack hit the monk, she immediately retreated more than 10 meters. She held the sword that was dripping with blood and scolded coldly, "This is the result of whoever dares to offend me. Demon girl, how dare you hurt my beloved disciple? I will not rest until you die." Monk Wuchen saw this and could not help but gritted his teeth. He was furious and his killing intent rose to the sky. The disciple that died was actually his son after practicing the joyful Zen with a nun. All these years he brought him along as his disciple and doted on him. But now he was killed by Tang Linglong with a single sword. How could he bear it? "Demon girl, you killed my 9-story pagoda's disciple. Today I will take your life too." Kaboom! An old man actually rushed into the courtyard with large strides. Beside him was a colorful, ferocious tiger that was more than 3 meters long. It had a white forehead and a big bloody mouth. Everyone was shocked when they saw this and retreated to make a path for the old man. The old man was dressed in a green robe. He looked powerful and his aura was as deep as the sea. It was obvious that his cultivation was powerful. 9-story pagoda's leader, Gong Yile. It's him. Legend has it that during the Republic of China, he was a close comrade of the traitor, Wang Jingwei. Don't talk nonsense. This person is powerful. During the Republic of China, he was already in the immortal state. I'm afraid that he has already reached the peak of the immortal state. That's right. Do you see the old man behind him? That is his disciple, the leader of the United Bamboo Gang in Taiwan, Wan Chili. The leaders of Hong Kong's and Society, Helian Sheng and Number Gang are all disciples of the 9-story pagoda. Seeing this, someone cried out in surprise and was emotionally moved. During the Republic of China, the 9-story tower was the trump card of the Wang puppet government. It was as powerful as the Hong sect supported by Sun Wen, the Blue Cloth Society and the Green Gang led by Duke Jiang. However, following the collapse of the Wang puppet government and the rise of Yi Tianren, who swept through Wuxia, the 9-story pagoda was defeated and Gong Yile left Wuxia in dejection. For more than 10 years, Gong Yile and the 9-story pagoda traveled between France, England, and other places. It was not until the 1970s when Chiang Kai-shek passed away and the atmosphere in Treasure Island relaxed that they settled down in Treasure Island. After decades of painstaking management, the 9-story pagoda had flourished and was rising again. In Taiwan, Macau, and Hong Kong, the 9-story pagoda secretly established and supported the United Bamboo Gang, Four Cs Gang, Number Gang, and other powerful gangs with tens of thousands of disciples. They were adept at black gold politics. They were able to control the parliament and influence the elections. Gong Yile was in control of both the Jianghu and the imperial court. In Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau, Gong Yile's words carried weight and he was a terrifying figure. In the international Chinese community, he was on par with the Singapore Chinese society. Even the gambling king He Hongshan of Macau, the boat king of Taiwan, and Mr. Hong of Hong Kong and United League of Champions, who were extremely wealthy and powerful, had to be respectful to him and treat him as a disciple. Kill the demon girl. Gong Yile swaggered toward Tang Linglong. He flicked his finger and an azure light formed a short blade and shot it at Tang Linglong. Clang! Tang Linglong didn't hold back. She swung her sword and a curtain of blade aura appeared. Bang! The azure short blade clashed with the curtain of blade aura and both shattered. Tang Linglong was knocked back a few steps and spurted out a mouthful of blood. You are indeed Kong Teichu's disciple. You can withstand 10% of my blade aura. Gong Yile's face was filled with admiration. Although Tang Linglong had withstood the attack, she wasn't in a good condition. Her hand was bleeding profusely from the impact. However, she was very unyielding. Even if she lost, she would not lose. She said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, Gong Yile, I didn't kill your disciple. Don't accuse me. Don't you dare lay a finger on me. My Shifu will not let you off the hook. He will destroy your 9-story pagoda. My Shifu is a half-step immortal. He can kill you as easily as killing a chicken. You little brat. You are about to die and yet you are still so stubborn. Do you know that your Shifu will not come? Under the escort of many outer house disciples, Lin Menghan strode into the courtyard and sneered arrogantly. Your grandfather is already in my hands. Quickly throw down your sword, admit defeat, and surrender. Lin Menghan, how dare you attack an 80-year-old old man? Do you have any shame? Tang Linglong's expression changed drastically. She saw Tang Guizhu being held hostage by two Wudang disciples with swords on his neck. What made her even sadder was that her Shifu was not coming. Did she not have a place in her Shifu's heart? But then she thought about it. If her Shifu was here, he might not be able to hold off so many immortal men. She heaved a sigh of relief. Your Shifu destroyed the Nye family and the other 3 big families in Jin City. I went to investigate but was suppressed by him. Isn't this the law of the jungle? Lin Menghan said with hatred. Now, I am the knife and you are the meat on my chopping block. Little brat, you better accept reality. She stuck out her unusually full chest, causing many male disciples to stare at her with their eyes wide open. They said arrogantly, Tang Linglong, drop your sword and admit defeat immediately. Otherwise, I will kill your grandfather. As soon as she finished her words, one of the Wudang disciples slashed Tang Guizhu's neck with his sword. Tang Guizhu was bleeding profusely. You are despicable. Shameless. Tang Linglong was filled with hatred. But she had no choice but to throw the sword on the ground. Linglong run. Don't worry about me. Tang Guizhu was shocked to see this. Grandpa, I can't run. What will you do if I run? Tang Linglong said with tears in her eyes. A few Wudang disciples immediately stepped forward and tied her up with handcuffs and ropes. Despicable? So what? As long as I can kill Kong Teichu, it will be enough. Lin Menghan was smug when she saw this. She said with disdain. Besides, I have to thank you for killing so many people. Actually, many forces did not want to be Kong Teichu's enemy. But since you killed them, they have no choice but to kill Kong Teichu. I didn't kill anyone from the beginning to the end. Tang Linglong said angrily. Despicable and shameless people. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. You don't have to find so many righteous reasons. You are just flattering yourselves. Kill you? What's the point of killing you? Our target is Kong Teichu. Lin Menghan hugged her sword and smiled proudly. Our sect leader said that he wanted to pass the position to you in order to lure Kong Teichu to the Wudang sect tournament so that we can cut him into pieces. But we didn't expect him to be so cunning and cowardly. But is it okay if he doesn't come? If he doesn't come, we will cut off one of his limbs every day until he comes to Wudang sect. By then, he will be surrounded by immortal state warriors and human immortals. We will kill him. What? I will take responsibility for what I did. You can kill me, but don't hurt my master. Tang Linglong's face turned pale as despair filled her heart. She didn't expect that the enemy had already known about this and set up such a vicious trap. Rumor had it that her master had reached the level of a half-step human immortal. However, Wudang Temple's Grandmaster Wu Qin, Wudang Sect Master Chen Onping, Gong Yile of the 9-story pagoda, and many other immortal realm experts. Take her away. Lin Menghan didn't want to waste any more time with her. She waved her hand and a few disciples escorted Tang Linglong to the dungeon behind the mountain. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded. Stop! How dare you offend Kong Teichu's disciple? A young man in an azure robe stepped out from the crowd and shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone's eardrums buzzed and they felt dizzy. Behind him was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. His face was expressionless and he didn't reveal his true strength. This was Jiang Tian, who had disguised himself as Xiao Wei. However, most people wouldn't notice him. Who is this man? Many people stared at Zhang Qianlei and exclaimed. Aren't you Tang Guizhu's guard? Why are you a martial arts expert? Lin Menghan asked in disbelief. Oh, you are Zhang Qianlei, the heavenly master of the Republic of China. My old friend, please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Gong Yile cupped his fists and said. This man had long black hair, sharp eyebrows, and a domineering aura. He was none other than Zhang Qianlei. What? He's Zhang Qianlei. Lin Menghan's expression changed drastically. The Heavenly Master sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain used to be a semi-hidden sect. However, due to the suppression of the Heavenly Master Jiang, the sect's heritage was almost cut off. However, in the Republic of China, Zhang Qianlei was as famous as Chen Onping. How could she not be shocked? Old Gong, you and Wang Jingwei are traitors. Don't try to get close to me. Zhang Qianlei sneered. Let her go. Otherwise, we will flatten the Wudang Mountain. Don't talk about it anymore. When Gong Yile heard this, his old face turned red. He was both embarrassed and angry. Then he asked in a low voice, Brother Lei, are you really going to stand up for Kong Teichu today? So what if I am? Zhang Qianlei retorted. Grandmaster Wu Chen snorted. Zhang Qianlei, didn't you lose to Kong Teichu? Why are you speaking up for him? Don't you have any shame? Old Jiang and I are heroes who cherish heroes. However, we shook hands and called each other brothers after a draw. What do you know, bald donkey? Zhang Qianlei cursed. He then pointed at Lin Menghan and said, Stupid girl, let him go. Lin Menghan was afraid of Zhang Qianlei. However, she believed that with so many sect masters, fellow disciples, and allies present in the Wudang training hall, how could Zhang Qianlei dare to touch her? Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? I won't let her go. What can you do? Lin Menghan's little princess temper exploded. She puffed up her chest and raised her jade-white chin as she snorted arrogantly. You brainless bitch, I have tolerated you for a long time. Zhang Qianlei glared at Lin Menghan. He raised his hand and a flash of lightning shot towards Lin Menghan. Chapter 673. Bang. Lin Menghan's chest was penetrated by a bolt of lightning. Electric sparks flickered all over her body as black smoke billowed out and a pungent burnt smell rose. In less than a second, she was completely carbonized and died an unnatural death. Zhang Qianlei stomped Lin Menghan's body into pieces. Everyone was so shocked that their hearts skipped a beat. Fuck you. Let's see who dares to stop me. Even if Chen Onping is here, he will have to get out of here. Zhang Qianlei was enraged as he shouted. He flicked his fingers and the wind from his palms were as sharp as knives. He moved like a blazing flame, and his momentum was like a thunderbolt. In just a few moves he had killed several disciples and sent them flying. Then he grabbed Tang Guizhu and Tang Linglong, protecting them behind him. Zhang Qianlei, Wudang sect has no grudge against you. How dare you kill my disciples? Zhang Qianlei, you have gone too far. Wudang sect will fight you to the death today. Everyone was shocked and angry, but no one dared to step forward and fight with Zhang Qianlei. Brother Qianlei, you used to be the sect master of a sect. How dare you attack a few juniors? Suddenly, a figure in a Daoist robe appeared in the air. The man's sleeves fluttered in the wind as he was surrounded by clouds. His temperament was otherworldly and he looked like an immortal. He floated to the roof of a large hall. His body was as straight as a sword, and he looked down at the crowd with his sharp eyes. Then he swung his sleeves and said proudly, You bully the weak and fear the strong. You have gone too far. Greetings, sect master. Many elders, leaders and disciples of Wudang sect knelt down as if they had seen a god. Welcome perfected Cultivator Onping. May perfected Cultivator Onping live for thousands of years. Superman Li, the richest man in Hong Kong, He Hongqian, Wan Qili of the Bamboo Alliance, and other tycoons and magnates also knelt on the ground as if they had seen a god. Their eyes were full of fanaticism and reverence. The man was the sect master of Wudang sect, Chen Onping. Zhang Qianlei's aura was not weak at all. He smirked and said, Chen Onping, you attacked a little girl like Tang Linglong. It's not that honorable, is it? He shook his head and said calmly, I'm telling you, old Jiang will be here soon. I advise you to stop right now. Set up a few tables and wine, then bow your head and admit your mistake. I'll help you mediate. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a horrible death. Kong Teichu is coming? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place turned solemn. Everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing a deep sense of fear. The semi-hidden sects had always treated the secular world as ants. But Jiang Tian was different. Rumor had it that he was already a half-step human immortal. He was the #1 expert from the secular world and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of semi-hidden sections. Is Master really coming? He has me in his heart. That must be it. Only Tang Linglong looked excited. Her beautiful eyes were shining, and her heart was overflowing with tenderness. You idiot, don't talk nonsense. Elder Tang shook his head helplessly and glanced at Jiang Tian, who had transformed into Little Wei. Kong Teichu is coming. Hearing this, Chen Anping's pupils constricted. His expression was uncertain as thoughts flashed through his mind. If Jiang Tian came with his forces, he still had a 70% chance of winning. But with the addition of Zhang Qianlei, the #1 thunder expert of the Taoist sect, his chances of winning were probably only 50%. Thinking of this, Chen Anping chuckled. Fellow Daoist Qianlei, Jiang Tian is ruthless and merciless. He kills people at the slightest provocation. He's not a good person. If you're friends with him, we won't let you go. Even if we care about friendship and don't kill you, you'll still be dancing with wolves and asking a tiger for its skin. I'm afraid you won't have a good ending. His jade-like face shone brightly, and his eyes were merciful and compassionate. He had the demeanor of a Taoist expert. I found out that Jiang Taichu obtained a fortuitous encounter and possesses a map fragment and a miraculous inheritance of the ruins of immortality. Why don't we join forces to kill Jiang Taichu and force him to hand over the map fragment and his cultivation technique? That's right, Qianlei, don't make a mistake. Quickly abandon the darkness and join the light. Gong Yile persuaded him. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I must kill Tang Linglong and Kong Teichu today. If you don't change your mind, I'll have no choice but to kill you. Grandmaster Wu Qin threatened fiercely. Heavenly Master Zhang, Kong Teichu's inheritance is extraordinary. If you and I can get it, we'll be able to reach the top immediately. An elder of the Hong sect tried to tempt Qin Fan. Shut up. Zhang Qianlei widened his bell-sized eyes and roared like a thunderclap. Then, he said proudly, Old Jiang and I are as close as brothers, and we are true friends. Old Jiang has already told me the secret of the ruins of immortality, and he still wants to teach me the cultivation method. He shook his head and said smugly, But I found my own way and formed my own sect. Why would I cultivate his cultivation method? At this point, Zhang Qianlei felt extremely depressed. He was frustrated and frustrated. Old Jiang is such a Scrooge. He wants me to be his servant every day. Otherwise, there's no room for negotiation. Zhang Qianlei, you're so shameless. Go to hell. Seeing Zhang Qianlei's stubbornness, Chen Anping raised his right hand and slapped at Zhang Qianlei. This palm had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Streaks of green aura condensed into a 10-meter-long giant palm and pressed down. True martial demon sweeping palm. It was said to be the inheritance of Emperor Zhenwu and a supreme art of the Daoist sect. When this art was cultivated to the highest level, it could summon the spirit chi of heaven and earth and form a supreme killing move without chanting. Boom! Zhang Qianlei's body was as tall as a mountain and his black hair fluttered like a waterfall. He took a step forward and punched. With this punch, the void within a radius of 10 meters trembled. Lightning shot out and formed a huge lightning fist that blasted toward the giant palm. The power of the lightning was unimaginable. Even a mortal deity of the same generation wouldn't dare to fight with it. The heavenly thunder divine fist was the supreme art of the celestial master sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhang Qianlei had been cultivating for decades, but he still couldn't master it. After the battle with Jiang Tian, his cultivation had improved and stabilized as a half-step mortal deity, so he could finally use it at will. Boom! The lightning fist broke through the air and smashed the giant azure palm. It didn't lose its momentum and continued to blast at Chen Anping. Oh no! Chen Anping was alarmed. He stepped on the air and flew up to the sky, dodging the punch. Boom! A majestic palace was shattered by the lightning fist. Smoke and dust billowed, bricks and tiles flew in all directions, houses collapsed, and the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Chen Anping was shocked and his heart skipped a beat. How did this old man's cultivation improve by leaps and bounds? He could even break the true martial demon's sweeping palm. Even if Zhang Qianlei was protected by the Song and Lu families, the cultivation resources he obtained from the mortal world were still incomparable to the Wu-Tang sect. No, I have to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, Kang Teichu will come and it will be even more troublesome. It might be the end of my sect. Chen Onping was anxious. He slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. A peerless Dharma treasure appeared in the bloodlight. It was an ancient seal with a spirit turtle and a black snake carved on it. It was simple and unadorned and was only the size of an egg. Black tortoise turtle and snake support each other. After all, they are related. Chen Onping's face was stern as he chanted an incantation. The seal expanded in the wind and the spirit turtle and the black snake on it suddenly appeared. They turned into two rays of light, one yin and one yang, one black and one white. The two rays of light intertwined with each other and surged toward Zhang Qianlei. Chen Onping followed the two rays of light and rushed forward. He used the true martial demon's sweeping palm and slapped at Zhang Qianlei. The true martial great emperor's seal. That's the most precious treasure of the Wu-Tang sect. Oh my God, that's a real Dharma treasure. It's too powerful. A wisp of the spirit turtle and black snake's light can crush a grandmaster and kill an immortal state warrior. Zhang Qianlei, why don't you give up and admit defeat? Tang Linglong, how long are you going to wait? Many Wu-Tang disciples exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were full of anticipation and excitement. Zhang Qianlei is dead this time. Even Gong Yao looked excited. That's a Dharma treasure passed down by the true martial great emperor. Its power is earth-shattering. Wu Chun of the Titanium Temple was also shocked and envious. A spirit treasure. That's a spirit treasure. Only Wu-Tang sect has such a powerful Dharma treasure. Huh? It's a real Dharma treasure. It even looks like a spirit treasure. Seeing this, Jiang Tian's pupils shrank and he was slightly shocked. The spirit turtle and the black snake on it were attached to a trace of the two divine beasts' souls. Although they were not artifact spirits refined by cultivators, their essence was the same. They had spirituality and could attack on their own. Damn, the ancient Wudang sect is really rich. I'm in danger this time. Seeing this, Zhang Qianlei was shocked. He stepped into the sky and performed the heavenly thunder fist to the extreme. Boom, boom. His movements were bold and unyielding, and he threw out 7 or 8 punches in a row. Everyone knew that Zhang Qianlei's cultivation was definitely not inferior to Chen Onping's, but in terms of Dharma treasures, he was much weaker. The ancient Wudang sect was a semi-hidden sect. They secretly supported their strength in the secular world and had a good relationship with the government. Not only did they preserve their orthodoxy, but they also collected a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But the Celestial Master sect was too weak. Back then, most of the disciples followed Baldi Jiang to Bao Island and gradually died in the struggle. As for the part left in Wuxia, it was already incomplete. It had also been severely suppressed by various forces and had experienced the catastrophe of the Four Olds movement. Basically, the orthodoxy and Dharma treasures of the Celestial Master sect were all lost. Sure enough, the two Dharma treasures easily dodged Zhang Qianlei's lightning fist and Chen Onping's vicious palm. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of him. Master Zhang is in danger. Tang Linglong exclaimed. Her face was full of shock. Don't worry, it's just a spirit treasure. Besides, it's been too long and its power is about to fade. He won't be in any danger. Jiang Tian smiled disdainfully. He didn't look at the two people in the sky at all. Instead, he looked at the depths of the rolling sea of clouds with a strange expression. Who is this person? How can he be so calm? At this time, some Wudang disciples noticed the calm Jiang Tian and were secretly surprised. But they immediately turned their eyes to Zhang Qianlei and Chen Onping in the sky. Looking at the situation, the winner was about to be decided. Chapter 674. At the critical moment, Zhang Qianlei flicked his sleeves and 7 small swords flew out. These small swords were the disposable flying swords made by Jiang Tian. They could kill a helicopter and penetrate a battleship. However, Zhang Qianlei treated them as treasures and refined them into miniature versions that were easier to carry around. Once the small swords were thrown out, they immediately turned into 4-inch long swords and were extremely sharp. The thunder palm inlaid on them let out tens of thousands of lightning bolts. The 7 long swords were like thunder dragons emerging from the sea, shaking the void as they charged toward Chen Onping with an indomitable will. Rumble! There were a series of explosions. The spirit turtle and black snake's light was immediately shattered by the lightning and couldn't be reformed in a short time. Chen Onping's heart was alarmed. He used the ancient Wudong footwork, the Big Dipper steps, and retreated quickly. Suddenly, blood spurted out and he let out a scream. One of the flying swords had cut his shoulder. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. His body was also charred by the lightning and his hair stood up like a broom. Zhang Qianlei stood proudly in the void, unscathed. His azure robe was dusty and he obviously still had energy left. After one blow, the winner was decided. Zhang Qianlei is so powerful. He can even break the Xianwu seal of the sect master. That sword flashing with lightning. It's terrifying. Many Wudong disciples suddenly felt as if their parents had died. They secretly complained in their hearts, and their morale plummeted. Flying swords. When did you master the flying sword art? Seeing that there were actually a few cracks on the seal, Chen Onping's heart skipped a beat and he became flustered and exasperated. Although he had already become a half-step human immortal and his body was strong enough to withstand the lightning, the damage to his spirit treasure was a loss he couldn't bear. The flying sword art had been cut off after the Ming dynasty. Rumor had it that only Kunlun still had this secret art. The Heavenly Master sect had always been good at thunder arts and didn't know anything about flying swords. When did he learn such a powerful skill? Old Jiang gave it to me. How is it? It's good, right? Let's go. At this time, the 7 flying swords had already returned to his hand. Zhang Qianlei made a hand seal and was about to attack again. Wait. Chen Onping didn't panic. Instead, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face and he sneered. Zhang Qianlei, you and I are both old monsters who have lived for over 100 years. No one is a fool. My painstaking plan was to kill Kong Teichu. If I didn't have 100% confidence, do you think I would even think about it? Shriek. In the depths of the sea of clouds, an eagle's cry suddenly rang out. It was resounding and sharp, and it shot straight into the clouds. Subsequently, the sea of clouds roiled and surged uneasily like tidewater, and then it gradually dispersed. A huge black eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters glided out like a cloud in the sky. An old man stood on the rock-like back of the eagle. This old man's hair and beard were all white. He wore a long green robe, but his aura was heavy and vast like 10,000 mountains. He carried a curved blade on his back. Sidi Yuan Luo, the leader of the Hong sect. When they saw this, some older generation figures were alarmed. Their faces were filled with shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Amateus Buddha, I didn't expect Brother Situ to still be as elegant as ever even after a few decades. Master Wuchen of the Jin Gang Temple chanted the name of Buddha. He lowered his head, put his palms together, and bowed slightly to show the highest respect for the visitor. I didn't know that sect leader Chen had such a powerful trump card. He has already reached the mortal deity level. With him around, our trip here was in vain. Gong Yile, the sect leader of the 9-story pagoda, let out a wry smile and shook his head. His tone was sour, with 3 parts jealousy, 3 parts fear, 3 parts indignation, and 1 part respect. Many years ago, the Hong sect supported Sun Wen, while the 9-story pagoda supported the traitor Wang Jingwei. They belonged to different factions and viewed each other as enemies. However, Gong Yile was no match for Sidi Yuan Luo. He had thought that he would be able to defeat Sidi Yuan Luo after a few decades of hard work. However, to his surprise, Sidi Yuan Luo's power was even more powerful than his. He is the ancestral master of the Hong sect? Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the old man standing on the giant eagle. A probing look flashed in his eyes. The old man looked very much like the divine soul avatar of the Hong sect's ancestral master that Jiang Tian had met on Big Turtle Island. However, the divine soul avatar looked like a young Confucian scholar, while the old man looked like an old man. No, the ancestral master of the Hong sect was Situ Shao of the Qing dynasty. He was the founder of the Hong sect. Zhang Qianlei's face darkened when he saw Situ Yuanhao. He sent a message to Jiang Tian using his soul energy. This Situ Yuanhao is Situ Zhao's distant nephew. He is also his disciple. After that, the Hong sect expanded overseas and became known as the Global Hong sect. The Hong sect that stayed in Wuxia was known as the Mainland Hong sect or the Chinese Hong sect. Situ Yuanhao is the leader of the Chinese Hong sect. However, this young man is not to be underestimated. I heard that he has inherited 80% of Situ Zhao's knowledge. He had reached the half-step to immortal state in the 1940s. Yi Tianren had tried to hunt him down 3 times, but he managed to escape each time. I see. This young man is a mortal deity. I don't think you can do it. Jiang Tian reminded Zhang Qianlei. He is a mortal deity. I think the ancestral master of the Hong sect is already an earth-level deity. Zhang Qianlei's face darkened. Meanwhile, Situ Yuanhao's black eagle had landed on the roof of a large hall. He dismounted from the back of the eagle and linked his hands behind his back. He looked at Zhang Qianlei and said with a cold smile, "Brother Qianlei, congratulations on becoming a half-step to mortal deity. However, you should change your temper. You don't look like a Daoist master. What a joke. Stop bluffing. What kind of Daoist master are you?" Zhang Qianlei retorted. Idiot. Situ Yuanhao's face darkened and he said coldly, "Jiang Taichu and his disciples have repeatedly committed heinous crimes. They killed Situ Jie and Madame Yixuan. Their crimes are truly unforgivable. You are helping a tiger do evil by associating with him, casting pearls before swine." Chen Onping's confidence was boosted by Situ Yuanhao's arrival. He was a real mortal deity. He laughed complacently and said, "That's right. Zhang Qianlei, you have made a grave mistake. But since we are both disciples of the Wuxia Taoist sect, I will spare your life if you surrender now." Zhang Qianlei, don't think that you can use your flying swords as your trump card. Mr. Situ can break your flying swords with ease. Gong Yile also shook his head disdainfully. "Yeah, Zhang Qianlei, are those flying swords your trump card?" Wu Chen said sarcastically. Zhang Qianlei was a half-step to mortal deity and was not easy to kill. However, there was a mortal deity, a half-step to mortal deity and 2 immortal state warriors. Even if Kong Taichu was here, he might not be able to defeat them. Zhang Qianlei was only a half-step to mortal deity. If everyone worked together, they would be able to take him out in 15 minutes. His trump card is me. Suddenly, Jiang Tian shouted and took a step forward. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, Jiang Tian ascended to the sky step by step as if he was stepping on an invisible ladder. This. Seeing this, many disciples of Wu Dang sect were shocked. An expert. He Hongchen, Superman Li, Wan Qili and the other secular people were also shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect that this ordinary-looking young man, who should be Elder Tang's guard, was an immortal state warrior. "I am Kong Taichu, the sect master of the Taiching sect overseas. Nice to meet you." Jiang Tian walked in the air with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "You are Kong Taichu." Suddenly, Chen Onping, Situ Yuanhao, Gong Yile and Wu Chen's faces changed drastically and their eyes were filled with fear. "He's here. After all, I am still in his heart." Tang Linglong looked at Jiang Tian in the sky and her body shook violently. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her heart was filled with tenderness and she felt that it would be worth it even if she were to die. Everyone was stunned for half a minute. Chen Onping's face changed a few times before he came to his senses. "Brother Jiang, I am sorry that I did not welcome you earlier." He cupped his fist and bowed. Then, he flicked his sleeve and asked with a cold look in his eyes, Your disciple Tang Linglong hid her identity and secretly learned from Wu Dang sect. She is unforgivable. You must be the one who arranged this. You are a grandmaster after all. Don't you feel ashamed to play such dirty tricks? Wu Dang sect's dharma spells are rubbish. Even if she is my disciple, I wouldn't care about it. Jiang Tian flicked his sleeve and said with a disdainful smile. Tang Linglong is willing to become a disciple of Wu Dang sect. It is your fortune to learn from each other and improve your cultivation. Why are you still grumbling here? You're so insensible. Kong Teichu, you really don't know what's good for you. The ancient Wu Dang sect's dharma spells were passed down from Zhenwu Great Emperor. They are so mysterious that you have no right to comment on them. Elder Du Feixiang of Wu Dang sect pointed at Jiang Tian and shouted. Shut up. This is a conversation between our sect masters. Who do you think you are to interrupt? Jiang Tian raised his hand and shot out a ray of finger aura. The ray of finger aura was golden and was engraved with countless dharma inscriptions. It was deadly and could absorb blood essence and divine soul. It could kill a half-step immortal state warrior instantly. Sure enough, Du Feixiang didn't even have time to react before his head exploded. Red and white matter sprayed all over the ground. What? That's too cruel. He is so powerful. Many Wudang disciples and martial artists cried out in alarm when they saw this, as if they had seen a ghost. Du Feixiang was an elder of Wu Dang sect. He was powerful enough to withstand the attacks of machine guns and cannonballs. If they were in the secular world, they would be able to dominate a region. They could even become the leader of the Wuxia dragon group and be relied on by the country. However, he was killed by Qin Fan with a single finger. He Hongchen, Wan Qili and the other mortals were scared out of their wits. They trembled and broke out in cold sweat. As for the Malaysian noblewoman, she was so scared that she screamed and peed on the spot. Just now on the Golden Cup carriage, they repeatedly disrespected Jiang Tian and Zhang Qianlei. Fortunately, Chen Fan's target was Wu Dang sect. Otherwise, they would have died. They had just brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper. Kong Teichu, you are too arrogant. How dare you kill someone in front of the Wu Dang sect? You have gone too far. Chen Onping was so angry that his body trembled and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Jiang Tian's behavior was a slap to the face of Wu Dang sect. Chapter 675. After killing Du Feixiang, Jiang Tian acted as if nothing had happened. He said leisurely, Sect leader Chen, your cultivation is still SOSO, but your ability to lead the sect is really terrible. Look at how unruly this elder is. I'll teach him a lesson for you. You don't have to thank me. After all, we're friends. If you want to learn the way of controlling people, why don't you become my disciple and join the Taiqing sect? You can be an elder or a hall master or something. You've also taught Linglong some skills, so I won't charge you. I'll become your disciple and you won't charge me anything. Hearing this, Chen Onping was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. He was so angry that he laughed and said, Good. As expected of Kong Teichu, the #1 cultivation genius in the secular world. You really have the momentum of swallowing the world and sweeping the world. However, your disciple Tang Linglong killed 13 people in the Wudang dojo. How can we sit back and do nothing? If you hand over the inheritance of cultivation methods and the map of the ruins of immortality as compensation, we'll spare her life. Otherwise, Chen Onping, in fact, I can kill all of you with a snap of my fingers. Jiang Tian smiled lazily and interrupted Chen Onping's blabbering. Then, he said seriously, however, although I, Kong Teichu, am arrogant and invincible in the world, there are some things that I can't take the blame for. This matter was not done by Tang Linglong, but by someone else. Master Kong, this matter must be done by this demon girl. We saw it with our own eyes. How can it be fake? A Wudang elder stepped forward and argued for this matter. However, he did not dare to offend Jiang Tian because of Du Feixiang's example. Instead, he bowed and cupped his fists with a sincere attitude. There are more than tens of thousands of methods to change one's appearance. It's just that you don't know anything about it because your knowledge is shallow. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the bones in Jiang Tian's entire body suddenly expanded and contracted, his muscles trembled and bulged, his black hair grew longer, and his rough and dark skin instantly became white and translucent like jade. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a rough middle-aged man into a handsome gunmetal divine body with black hair and black eyes. Look, what you see may not be true. Looking at the horrified crowd, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. The real culprit can change his shape at will. His demonic aura is torrential, and his murderous aura is fierce. It's the suppressing hell demon body that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. I warn you, be careful. Furthermore, if my disciple really did kill someone, I'll kill him. Why did you kill him in public? Why didn't you run away afterwards? Waiting for you to kill me? Jiang Tian spoke earnestly, as if he was lamenting his misfortune and angry at his failure to fight. He shook his head and sighed. Everyone, it's not good to be uneducated. Other than cultivation, you have to read more books. Where is your IQ? When the Wudang experts heard the crisp sound of the slap, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. This was simply a humiliation. It was a slap in the face. Chen Anping thought about it and also felt that something was amiss. However, Jiang Taichu had always been decisive in killing. Now that things had turned out like this, how could he possibly let the matter rest? They were riding a tiger and had no way to back down. Before he could say anything, Sidu Yuanhao, the leader of the Hong sect, stepped forward and let out a vicious grin. Kong Taichu, did you kill my brother, Sidu Jie? Sidu Jie? That name sounds familiar. But I have killed too many people, so I can't remember who he is. I can't remember anyone under the immortal state. Jiang Tian scratched his head and racked his brains. What he meant was that Situ Jie's cultivation was too weak, and he didn't deserve to be remembered. Big Turtle Island in the Pacific Ocean. Sidu Yuanhao was so angry that he almost died from anger after hearing Jiang Tian's words. Oh, it's him. Jiang Tian pretended to be enlightened. He cracked a smile and said, I wanted to kill Fan Liuji, the leader of the Great Circle. He was only half a step away from immortal state. I had no choice but to kill him with a flick of my finger. Sidu Yuanhao gritted his teeth and said, Do you know that those who kill will be killed by others? Today, I will kill you to avenge my brother. Ah, don't be such a hypocrite. Don't you think it's embarrassing to act like you have a grudge against me? Jiang Tian cracked a smile and said, In the end, it's just a matter of killing and robbing others of their treasures and cultivation arts. Actually, we have the same idea. We also want to rob you of your treasures. But if you are willing to give me your treasures, I won't kill you. The Taiching sect has just been established and we need more people. I will give you a chance. Kneel down and submit to me. I promise you a bright future. That's right. Master Kong is giving you a chance. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? This is a rare opportunity. Don't waste it. Zhang Qianlei laughed and said, This kid is too arrogant. He can't be forgiven. The lid has been lifted. We have to kill him. We have nowhere to run. Kill him. Seeing this, Sidu Yuanhao, Chen Anping, Gong Yile, and Master Wuchen looked at each other and communicated with each other using their soul energy. Then, four figures stepped on the void and rose from the ground, closing in on Jiang Tian from all directions. In addition, the 8 elders of Wudang were supported by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Their bodies were like dragons, rising steadily. These people were all half-step immortal state cultivators. They surrounded Jiang Tian from the outside. What a grand lineup. 1 human deity, 1 half-step human deity, and 2 peak immortal state cultivators. 4 of them are going to kill Kong Taichu alone. The 8 elders have also joined the fight. This time, the sect has really put in a lot of effort to kill Kong Taichu. Kong Taichu is dead meat. He is only a half-step human deity. How can he fight against so many experts? This is the battle of 1,000 years. This time, Wudang has turned out in full force. Our good friends have also joined the fight. Many disciples of Wu Dang were watching from below, their eyes full of shock and excitement. If this kind of earth-shattering battle was spread outside, it would definitely shake the world. Even in the semi-hidden sects, it was rare to see such a battle. Silly girl, retreat. Once the experts of this level fight, the mountains will collapse and the earth will crack. A hall leader's eyes were full of fear. He shouted loudly and pulled his disciples back quickly. Let's go. Watch from afar. Zhang Qianlei said. I'm not leaving. I want to fight with my master. Tang Linglong said stubbornly. You are still not strong enough. You can't help. You will only cause trouble. Zhang Qianlei was annoyed beyond words. He grabbed Tang Linglong with one hand and Tang Guizhu with the other and soared into the sky, shooting towards a distant palace. Let me go. Tang Linglong's eyes were filled with tears. She turned her head and looked with a worried face. She said in a trembling voice, Will my master be in danger? Did I harm my master? They have a human immortal among them. It's nothing. Zhang Qianlei smiled and said, Your master has long wanted to flatten the major sects and kill them for their treasures. Wu Dang wants to kill you. Just give him a reason. Only when one arrived at his level would one realize how deep and terrifying Jiang Tian's cultivation was, and it was unfathomable and peerless. Zhang Qianlei felt that no one could hurt Jiang Tian unless they were sky immortals or nuclear weapons. Today, I will vanquish demons and get rid of a scourge for the world. Monk Wuchen, who was behind Jiang Tian, was the first to attack. He raised his Buddhist staff and smashed it down on Jiang Tian. Suddenly, the void trembled. A golden light turned into the shadow of a Buddhist staff and stretched across the sky. It was filled with Buddhist light and scriptures flowed, blooming with thousands of golden light. Obviously, its power was so strong that it seemed to be able to crack the earth. Demon subduing pestle. In the distance, a martial arts master saw this and let out a cry of surprise. This move was the ultimate technique of Tibetan Buddhism, the most powerful technique of the Padala Palace. It was said that the Shaolin demon subduing staff technique and the Vajra staff technique of the Heavenly Dragon Temple were all derived from this set of Tibetan Buddhism subduing staff technique. This subduing staff technique was strong and sharp. It could cut off worries and eliminate demons. It contained the spiritual power of Buddha's wisdom, emptiness, truth, and wisdom. Its power was strong enough to crush a mountain. Sigh, Kong Teichu, you are indeed good, but you are too stubborn. It seems that you can only die today. Gong Yile sighed and waved his hands. Immediately, 108 snow-white flying daggers flapped their wings and flew out like butterflies, attacking Jiang Tian, who was covering the sky and covering the earth. These were not real flying knives, but condensed chi into weapons. Cicada flying knives. Someone recognized Gong Yile's unique skill, which had shocked the Republic of China back then. These chi knives lived up to their name. They were as thin as cicada's wings and green as if they were carved out of jade. Although they were condensed from chi, they were extremely condensed and sharp. Each one of them could pierce through a tank. Clang. Chen Onping used the true martial Dharma seal again. But this time, his Dharma power seemed to be 10 times stronger than before. The spirit turtle's treasure light formed a shield and the black snake's treasure light turned into a bright and cold sword chi. It suddenly disappeared and crossed a few hundred meters in the next second, arriving in front of Jiang Tian. This sword light was like the horn of an antelope, extremely exquisite. It had the power to sweep across the world and kill all living things. It could be said that both the speed and the power of the attack made by Tianlei and his wife's Mount Shu sword technique pale in comparison. Kong Teichu, you must die today. Sidu Yuanhao also attacked. His eyes were cold as he formed a hand seal. The sword on his back moved without any wind and let out a sad cry. In the next moment, the long sword jumped out of the scabbard. The tip of the sword turned, and like a shooting star, it attacked Jiang Tian. The art of sword wielding of the Situ family. Star competing sword. It's faster than a shooting star and more powerful than a galaxy. This attack is as powerful as the flying blade of the ancient sword immortals. No wonder he is Situ Zhao's disciple. He is a real mortal deity. Some overlords exclaimed from afar. Legend had it that Situ Shao, the founder of the Hong sect, used to be a transport worker. On the Tiger Beach of the Jialing River, his boat hit a rock and he fell into the water. Fortunately, he found a coffin at the bottom of the river. There was a peerless sword art carved on the inner wall of the coffin. It was the inheritance of the ancient sword Immortals. He painstakingly dragged the coffin ashore and cultivated bitterly for 10 years before he finally broke out of seclusion. In a single night, one man and one sword fought hundreds of miles away, and even suppressed the 8 Chao gangs. He gained a fearsome reputation. With the support of these 8 Chao gang, he raised the banner of fighting the Qing and restoring the Ming, and established the Tian Di Hui, which was the embryonic form of the Hong sect. Situ Yuanhao had only learned a small part of the art of sword-wielding of the Situ family, but he had already reached the mortal deity level. 1 mortal deity, 1/2 of the mortal deity level, and 2 peak stage immortal state warriors. 4 peak stage overlords attacked Jiang Tian together. Such an attack was earth-shattering and would make any overlord tremble in fear. Even if Celestial Yi was here, he would have to be cautious. Chapter 676. A Mortal Immortal. The power of this sword is enough to destroy a cruiser. Someone looked at the star competition sword that was like a silver dragon in amazement, dazzled by it. The combined attack of 4 pinnacle powerhouses is too frightening. Even if Kong Teichu is an immortal, he won't be able to escape. When the Wudong 8 elders who were surrounding Jiang Tian saw this, their eyes were filled with shock, and a look of longing appeared on their faces. They had all reached the immortal state and were more powerful than Xiao Bin and Wang Chongyan. They were on par with Miyamoto Geniki. If they were in the mortal world, they would be on the same level as the head of state and enjoy all the glory and wealth. In order to find the secret of immortal ascension, they didn't want to leave the mountain and cultivate here. They were also very powerful, but at this moment, compared with the monstrous cultivation of the 4 people, they felt that they were far behind. Master, be careful. Only Tang Linglong covered her mouth with her hand. Her face turned pale and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She was worried about Jiang Tian and regretted it. If she didn't think that she was smart, her master wouldn't have taken such a risk. It was too scary. Swoosh, swoosh. Facing the cicada wing flying daggers coming from all directions, Jiang Tian only snorted coldly and let out a demonic dragon roar. Too many! Along with this shout, a vast golden true essence with Jiang Tian as the center surged out like raging waves crashing against the shore. This true essence was no longer in a gaseous state. Instead, it was viscous like golden liquid and heavy like gold. It was like a golden landslide had erupted, and it carried an aura of obliteration as it swept through the surroundings. Those flying daggers were instantly destroyed when they came in contact with the true essence. In the end, they exploded out of thin air. What? Gong Yao's body shook violently as he was hit by the true essence. He was so angry that he wanted to die. He quickly retreated 100 meters away. But in the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After breaking the flying daggers with a roar, Jiang Tian waved his right hand and slashed at the golden staff as if he was drawing a knife to cut water. Crack! Jiang Tian's dazzling golden light was 50 to 60 feet long. It was as thin as a thin thread, and it slashed towards the golden Buddhist staff. At this moment, the golden staff had already transformed into a 10-meter-long staff. It was like a Skanda Bodhisattva swinging down a Vajra staff, suppressing a group of demons and subduing a demon god. Even a tall building would be smashed to pieces. This Vajra pestle of Tantric Buddhism was unique and contained the power of faith. As the Buddhist scriptures revolved, it could continuously condense the energy of heaven and earth, increasing its power tenfold. It was comparable to an immortal spell. Wu Chen relied on this lost art to move unhindered in the Tibetan area for decades. He cut the path, robbed, and specialized in killing martial artists and warlocks. He was always successful. This also led to his illustrious fame. He was known as if Kunlun does not appear, Who can compete? Break. In response, Jiang Tian chuckled disdainfully. The Gingjin Qi weapon struck the Vajra of Tantra. To everyone's astonishment, the golden Qi weapon cut the demon's subduing pestle in half like a hot knife cutting butter. Then the uncontrollable spiritual force, true Qi, and scripture spells exploded with a loud bang. They formed golden rings of air with a diameter of 100 meters and pushed out in all directions. Fraud, what spiritual force? It's all resentment of souls. Jiang Tian chuckled disdainfully and pointed out the key point. A simple sentence actually shocked Master Wu Qin so much that he was dumbfounded. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he almost turned around and ran. Master Wu Qin was originally an expert in cutting the path and robbing. He was a habitual offender of killing and robbing. He was a fierce fiend. There were only a dozen disciples under his wing who gathered for profit. There were no loyal believers or worshippers. Although he had obtained the Vajra pestle, he could not condense spiritual force at all. So he did the opposite. After capturing people, he pulled out their tendons, skinned them, and tortured them in all kinds of ways. He collected many souls and refined them with a secret method to disguise them as Buddhist light and spiritual force to form an offensive force. But his secret method of disguise was very clever. He had been killing for a dozen years and no one had discovered it. Now that Jiang Tian had seen through it, how could he not be shocked and fearful? At this moment, Chen Onping's black snake sword Qi also pierced through. The inheritance is not bad. But in your hands, it can't even use a tenth of its combat strength. In response, Jiang Tian laughed. He raised his right hand in a seemingly slow manner and flicked his finger. Clang. A gunmetal sword Qi spread out like a fan. Every sword Qi was so condensed that it seemed to be cast from gold. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. What was more frightening was that it was carved with supreme Tao patterns that contained the laws of heaven and earth. It was so sharp that it could destroy all life and cut through heaven and earth. Clang, 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 clang. The black snake sword Qi instantly shattered into countless pieces, and the spirit turtle shield also cracked. Chen Onping only felt that the true martial seal in his hand was shaking violently, almost flying out of his hand. Then he felt that his hand was lighter. How is this possible? He looked down and was shocked to find that the Dharma treasure that had been passed down for hundreds of years had been reduced to dust. Only yours still has some skill. But it's still far from a real flying sword. Facing Sid Yuanhao's flying sword, Jiang Tian laughed and punched out. This punch was like an antelope's horn. It was untraceable, but it had a natural feeling. Jiang Tian's punch landed on the tip of the sword. Under Sid Yuanhao's shocked gaze, the star competition sword, which could pierce through tanks and cut through ships, suddenly shattered like a piece of paper. The broken pieces of the sword danced in the air like butterflies and slowly fell to the ground. Sid Yuanhao's face turned as white as paper. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and he almost fell from the sky. It's just the sword controlling technique. Your sword can't even move or kill on its own. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and mockingly. The ancient Wu Dang sect's dojo was dead silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the wind was blowing. All the spectators were flabbergasted, and they stood there without moving as if they were made of clay or wood. After Jiang Tian made his move, he bellowed, flicked his finger, waved his hand, and punched out casually. However, he defeated the joint attack of two peak God state experts, a half-step human immortal and a human immortal. It was like a legend. Suddenly, everyone gasped. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. That's terrifying. A Wu Dang sect leader was so scared that his legs trembled. What is his level of cultivation? I don't think a half-step mortal deity is this powerful. Indeed, he is much more powerful than he was when he fought with Zhang Qianlei. Did he break through again? Is he a real mortal deity? How is that possible? The elders outside the encirclement all exclaimed in shock and fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Deep in their hearts, there were some jealousy and resentment that they didn't want to admit. The semi-hidden sects had a long history and a deep heritage. The treasures, books, medicines, and herbs that had been accumulated over hundreds and thousands of years were as vast as the sea, and there were simply too many to count. It was not something that the martial arts families in the mortal world could compare with. That was why most of the semi-hidden sects were so powerful that any one of them could suppress the Huaxialong formation. However, for people like them who had such good resources and cultivated for decades, it was already a great fortune for them to reach the transcendent state. Being able to step into the god realm was even rarer. To be able to become an elder, they would be second only to one person and above everyone else, making the sect leader think highly of them. As for reaching the mortal deity level, it was even more unimaginable. It was enough to look down on the world and dominate the world. But Jiang Tian, he was an ordinary man from the mortal world who was born in an ordinary family with no martial arts heritage. He could reach the mortal deity level after cultivating for only 3 years. Damn it, compared to him, we have been cultivating for so many years. How infuriating! Brothers, kneel down and beg for old Zhang's mercy. In the distance, Zhang Qianlei put his hands on his waist and laughed. I don't even want to watch anymore. You guys are definitely not Jiang Tian's match. It's not worth watching. Master has become so powerful. He's like a god. Tang Linglong's face was filled with awe and admiration. Her worry gradually turned into excitement. She waved her fist and said, Master, come on, beat them. He is so powerful. He is just like the true god in the legends. Further away, Superman Li, He Hongqian, Wan Qili and the other tycoons looked at Jiang Tian with awe and admiration, as if they had seen the arrival of God. Sigh, 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 sigh. We were too arrogant in the car. If only we could have befriended him. Many people felt a pang of regret in their hearts. He is definitely more powerful than Yi Tianren when he was at his peak. He must be killed. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. The 4 masters who were fighting Jiang Tian in the air looked at each other with shock and fear in their eyes. They did not expect Jiang Tian to be so powerful. The 4 of them besieged him but were easily defeated by him. However, their fighting spirit gradually surged and their eyes were filled with greed. This person is so powerful. He must have the inheritance of the ruins of immortality, or he is the reincarnation of an old demon. It seems that Kong Teichu's inheritance is far more powerful than ours. As long as we can get his inheritance, we will definitely be able to become a celestial immortal. Their eyes gradually became firm. A monstrous fighting spirit rose into the sky, causing the wind and thunder to surge. Everyone, you have made your move. I, Kong Teichu, have not made my move yet. Give it a try. Jiang Tian flicked his right finger and the black flying sword floated in the air. He stood proudly in the void with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, I will show you a real flying sword. Don't let him use his flying sword. The 4 of them were shocked when they saw this. With a shout, they rushed towards Jiang Tian in a bid to be the first to use their killing moves. Chapter 677. Kill! Gong Yile shouted as his face turned red. His hands trembled as he made a hand seal. Suddenly, within a kilometer of the surrounding area, the majestic heaven and earth spiritual qi rolled, and numerous cicada wing flying daggers were condensed one after another. In an instant, thousands of cicada wing flying daggers appeared, forming a 10-meter-long flying dagger dragon. It was so densely packed that it covered the sky and swept toward Jiang Tian. Flying daggers, 1,000 cicadas. This was the secret art of the Gong family. It focused on quantity and quality. A single flying dagger could kill a transcendent grandmaster, not to mention there were over 1,000 of them. Master Wuqian's lips moved quickly as he murmured a Buddhist mantra and took out a golden alms bowl. Clink. As soon as this alms bowl appeared, it immediately soared into the air and flew above Jiang Tian. The mouth of the alms bowl released 10,000 rays of Buddhist light, and it actually had a kind of open and righteous, mighty and dignified charm. There were scriptures flashing inside and each word seemed to be carved out of gold. They flew toward Jiang Tian. The treasure of the Padala Palace, the golden alms bowl. It's in Master Wuchen's hands. Someone who knew the alms bowl widened his eyes and exclaimed. This treasure had a great background. It was personally crafted by a living Buddha of the Qing dynasty using the methods of Tantric Buddhism. It was further refined by several reincarnated living Buddhas and eminent monks for 100 years. It contained great aspirations, great merit, and great wisdom, and its powers were overwhelming. In the past 100 years, the eminent monks of the Padala Palace had used this treasure to vanquish demons. Swish! Sidi Yuanhao's face darkened as his eyes flashed with killing intent. He smacked the back of his head like a crazy gambler and spat out a 3-inch sword. The sword was as red as blood and carried a wicked energy. It was engraved with complicated patterns. The small sword paused in the air for a moment, then it suddenly became bigger. It was like a blood rainbow piercing through the sun. It let out a strange howl as it flew toward Jiang Tian. This was the blood sword art of the Lin family. It was similar to the Dharma sword art of the Shu Mountain sect. However, his Dharma sword art was much more powerful than Bai Tianlei's. The speed of the Dharma sword was close to the speed of sound. Brother Situ, you have to be careful. Kong Teichu is not easy to deal with. Seeing that Sidi Yuanhao had even taken out his natal blood sword, Chen Anping was shocked. He waved his hands and dozens of small green swords appeared in front of him, ready to attack. Swish! As expected, Jiang Tian flicked his finger. A streak of finger light turned into a streak of golden light. It was extremely sharp and pierced through Gong Yao's 1,000 cicadas, with unstoppable momentum. Crack! Crack! The sound of the cicada's wing flying daggers cracked. The cicada wing flying daggers crumbled like paper, and then exploded uncontrollably. The cicada wing flying daggers that were still intact formed a huge wave that danced in the air. Impossible! Gong Yao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the golden finger aura was about to reach his forehead. As he retreated like a meteor, he hurriedly waved his hands and pulled out 7 or 8 magic tools to protect his body. At the same time, he also summoned his protective aura in an attempt to block this sharp blow. During the era of the Republic of China, the 9-story pagoda was on par with the Lan Yi Society, the Hong sect, and the Green Gang. Over the years, they had suppressed Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau, and plundered as much as they could. These artifacts were very powerful, and each of them could withstand the blast of a cannon. They were no less powerful than Miyamoto Geniki's protective artifacts. He had reached the peak of the immortal state many years ago and was even more powerful than Geniki Miyamoto and Bai Tianlei. However, under Jiang Tian's little black flying sword that had been refined many times, whether it was a heaven-defying Dharma artifact or a protective aura, they all exploded in an instant. The golden finger aura pierced through the Dharma artifacts and 4 righteousness shield like a bolt of golden lightning and pierced through his head. His head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Amidst the mist of blood and brain matter, his body instantly became skin and bones, shriveled up like a dried corpse. Blood gushed out of his neck and was completely sucked out by the golden finger aura. Even his divine soul was swallowed by the golden finger aura in the blink of an eye. He had killed an immortal state warrior with 1 finger. I can't believe the power of 1 finger is so terrifying. Seeing this, many people were scared out of their wits and felt a chill run down their spines. In an instant, the expressions of many Wudang disciples and the reinforcements of the semi-hidden sects who were watching the battle changed drastically. Cold sweat poured down their backs as if they had seen a demon god. Gong Yao was Yi Tianren's peer. He was at the peak of the immortal state and was even more famous than Wang Chongyan. However, he was killed by Jiang Tian's finger. It was just like a legend. It was incredible. Kong Teichu's cultivation is improving by leaps and bounds. Someone said with big drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Everyone still remembered that Jiang Tian had a hard time fighting Bai Tianlei and Hao Hongmei, who were at the peak of the immortal state, a year ago. But now, he could easily crush them. Jiang Tian's cultivation was terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was that he had been constantly growing and improving rapidly. Even Zhang Qianlei secretly clicked his tongue, thinking that he would never be able to break Jiang Tian's finger. Clang. At this time, Wuqian's alchemy gold alms bowl pressed down with a kind of destructive Buddhist power. It was as if Buddha had slapped down the five-finger mountain. Many palaces below Jiang Tian were the first to bear the brunt of the impact and collapsed. Smoke and dust billowed and the airwaves were discharged. The ground paved with thick bluestone cracked and sunk, forming a huge pit with a radius of 10 meters and a depth of more than 1 meter. Seizing the esoteric sect's Buddhist treasure, turning the spiritual power of the eminent monk for your own use, and borrowing external forces like this, it's just a small trick after all. However, Jiang Tian, who was under great pressure, had a contemptuous look in his eyes. His long black hair fluttered like a waterfall, and his long robe fluttered. Obviously, he still had some strength left. At this time, he was bathed in thousands of golden Buddhist light. His whole body was shining brightly, and he was calm and composed, as if a real god had descended. Clang. Jiang Tian was simple and straightforward. He punched toward the sky. A gunmetal divine fist, which contained Dao patterns, shot out like a cannonball and instantly smashed the alchemy gold alms bowl. Under Jiang Tian's fist, the monstrous Buddhist light, the power of will, the secret spell scriptures, and even the alms bowl itself collapsed in an instant, turning into fragments dancing in the air. What? This man is too strong. Run quickly. Seeing this, Master Wuqian was scared out of his wits, as if he had seen a devil. With his Dharma treasure broken, he had no more powerful means. Just as he was about to retreat, Jiang Tian had already stepped into the air, and his jade-white palm clapped in the air. Boom! A giant golden palm, more than 10 meters long, descended from the sky and slapped toward Master Wuqian. This giant golden palm was surrounded by many Dao patterns and secret spells. It emitted thousands of golden lights, flowing with brilliant colors and dazzling. It was condensed and real as if it was carved out of gold, and the palm lines were clearly visible. Just like the Buddha Lord in the Journey to the West, exorcism, slapping a giant palm at Sun Wukong. It could destroy a city with one palm and shake a mountain with one finger. This was the characteristic of the late-stage Qi refinement realm. Their cultivation techniques were in accordance with the heavenly Dao, and they could condense Dao patterns with every movement. They could continuously absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, increasing the lethality of their attacks. My life is over. Seeing this, Master Wuqian was so shocked that he was going crazy. He suddenly shattered all the Z beads on his wrist. Suddenly, countless golden talismans burst out, and the Buddhist light filled the air. In the blink of an eye, 8 dense and heavy defensive shields were formed. The Z beads were extremely rare 9-eyed elephant Z beads. They had thousands of years of deep heritage and were extremely ancient and vicissitudes of life. They had also been blessed by several accomplished eminent monks in Tantric Buddhism and had been engraved with countless protective spells. Each spell had deep Dharma power and could withstand artillery attacks and missile bursts, not to mention so many spells. Master Wuqian thought that even if he was hit by a mortal immortal, the Z beads could at least protect him for a while. But the dream was very rich, the reality was very thin. Bang, bang, bang. In the muffled sound of cannonballs exploding, the 8 light shields exploded one by one. Master Wuqian could no longer withstand the violent pressure and fell to the ground like a toad. Even if he struggled and screamed crazily, or used Buddhist divine powers to try to stop it, it was useless. It only took a breath. Boom! The giant golden palm pressed down like Mount Tai, directly smashing his invincible Vajra body into meat paste and sinking a few meters into the ground. Billowing blood, broken bones, muscle fibers, and internal organs emerged from the gaps of the fingers. The invincible Master Wuqian, who is said to be invincible as long as Kunlun doesn't show up, died just like that? Everyone present gasped and their eyes were filled with shock and fear. They couldn't believe it. But everything in front of them was incomparable and they couldn't refute it. Jiang Tian killed 2 peak-stage immortal state warriors with a finger, a punch, and a palm. Although he showed the black flying sword, he didn't use it at all. From beginning to end, he only used his pure true essence and physical strength to kill people. He didn't use any tricks at all. In the blink of an eye, Sidu Yuanhao's Dharma sword had already arrived. At this time, his Dharma sword had been infused with his blood and it had reached 3 feet long, like a crimson rainbow. It was surging with blood chi, sword aura and sword intent. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The energy of heaven and earth was restless. This blood-colored magic sword was like a blood-colored flying dragon that furiously slashed through the 9 heavens. It crossed a distance of several hundred meters and suddenly arrived. Its terrifying aura was already earth-shattering. How powerful! His murderous intent is extremely terrifying. The expressions of all the experts present changed when they saw this. Even Zhang Qianlei had a worried expression on his face. Jiang Taichu, even if you have the cultivation base of a human immortal, even if you're a peerless genius, you'll still have to die on the spot when you meet my blood-condensed magic sword. Back then, the father of the nation, Sun Wen's bodyguards were taught by me personally. I used to drink with the father of the nation. Even Yi Tianren's cultivation is on par with mine. You little brat, even if you're lucky and have some strength, how can you be my opponent? Sidu Yuanhao gritted his teeth and shouted as his white hair fluttered. After drawing out 90% of his blood essence, his cheeks were dry and his skin was dry. His hair was much whiter, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. However, his eyes were abnormally excited and there was a hint of bloodthirst in them. This was the Dharma sword that came from the mortal deity's blood essence. It was activated to the extreme and sublimated to the extreme. Sidu Yuanhao was confident that this sword could easily kill a half-step mortal deity. Even if they were both human immortals, they would not be a match for such a crazy fighting style. They would not dare to clash head-on and could only retreat. Chapter 678. Sigh. Brother Situ, you are too impatient. If we really kill him, how are we going to get his ultimate cultivation art? Some of the Wudong elders thumped their chests and stamped their feet. They all thought that Jiang Tian would be killed by Sidu Yuanhao's attack. However, they were disappointed that they would not be able to get Jiang Tian's cultivation art. In the end, Brother Situ came out on top in this battle. Chen Anping shook his head and let out a wry smile. He was envious of Sidu Yuanhao. He was a half-step mortal deity and was able to stand toe-to-toe with Zhang Qianlei. However, compared to Sidu Yuanhao, he was still a far cry from him. Killing him is much more worth it than obtaining his cultivation technique. You pedantic fools will never understand. Although Sidu Yuanhao's breathing was weak, he was still smiling confidently. At this moment, he was like a crazy gambler, betting his entire life's cultivation, all of his chips, just to kill Jiang Tian. Right now, Jiang Tian's fame was too great. He was the top of the power rankings and his prowess shook the entire world. He hunted down an entire country alone and suppressed the entire world alone. Killing Kong Taichu would bring him a lot of benefits. Sidu Yuanhao would become famous after this battle. All the overlords in the world would submit to him, and the Hong sect would rise again after decades of silence. As for the cultivation art, it was secondary to him. After killing Jiang Tian, no one would be able to threaten him and the Hong sect. Do you really think that you can kill me with your blood essence sword? Jiang Tian sneered at Sidu Yuanhao. Suddenly, a golden light shone from his eyes. It was as if a divine lamp had been lit, illuminating the past, present, and future. It was as if one could ascend to the heavens and descend to the underworld. The wind blew and the clouds moved. At this instant, Jiang Tian's aura skyrocketed all of a sudden, as if an immortal emperor had just awakened, as if a supreme god who had mastered all the Daoists of the past and present had just awakened. The energy was too terrifying. In the sky above the Wudang mountain, the clouds within a 10-mile radius swirled into a funnel-shaped whirlpool. The magic sword that Sidu Yuanhao had formed with his blood, as well as the dark clouds and lightning caused by the activation of his cultivation method, were all destroyed in an instant. How? How is this possible? Sidu Yuanhao's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened and he almost fell from the sky. That was a mortal deity's blood essence sword. How powerful was it? Sita Yuanhao reckoned that even if Heavenly Yi from a few decades ago saw this sword, he would also be terrified and avoid it to some extent. Jiang Tian didn't attack. He was just gathering his energy. However, the qi of heaven and earth that was triggered caused the blood-nourished sword that he had painstakingly condensed to shatter. Just how powerful was Jiang Tian's cultivation? Free will among the human immortals? Limitless? Limitless? Peak-level immortal? Sita Yuanhao was beyond imagination. He was so shocked that he forgot to run away and attack again. He just stood in the air in a daze, as if he had seen a god. At this moment, even the tourists of Mount Wuxian and the residents of the nearby towns were shocked by this scene. Look, there's an alien. A little girl tugged at her hot mom who was paying and pointed excitedly at the golden light in the direction of the back of the mountain. Silly child, have you become stupid from watching too much anime? The hot mother handed the candied haws to her daughter while looking at the back of the mountain. The candied haws fell to the ground halfway. Hot mom was so shocked that she was dumbfounded. Oh my, what's that on the back of the mountain? Is that the Zhenwu Great Emperor? At this moment, many tourists saw this golden light and cried out in surprise, craning their necks to look. On the other side. Damn, what's that? In Shiyan City, in Danjianka City, many pedestrians and cars suddenly stopped and looked at the void a few kilometers away. This scene was too shocking and bizarre. A huge cyclone appeared and spun slowly. It had a heart-palpitating beauty that made people think of supernatural phenomena. They took pictures and recorded videos. On the back of the mountain, Jiang Tian took a step into the air and turned into a huge pillar of light. Golden light filled the air and shot into the clouds. Mom, it must be an alien UFO. At Wuxian Mountain, the little girl pointed at the golden pillar of light that pierced through the heavens and earth. On the other hand, Hot Mom's face was filled with shock as she trembled. Damn, is there really an alien? Has the apocalypse come early? There's still some time until 2012. In Danjianka City, a couple interlocked their fingers. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Recently, there's a legend about the birth of a god on the internet, but it's been deleted. Let's see what they have to say this time. A reporter picked up his camera and pressed the shutter crazily. He was extremely excited. He didn't expect to see it this time. Hurry up and take a picture. It'll definitely go viral on the internet. In the school, a group of high school students jumped up and down excitedly. They held their phones and fought to take pictures. You drank with the founding father, and your cultivation is about the same as Yi Tianren's. Do you think you're amazing? That's why you're so smug? The world is so big. How can a frog at the bottom of a well like you imagine it? How can the cultivation of Jiang Taichu be something that an ant like you can spy on? You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Kneel. Jiang Tian stepped into the sky and reached a height of several hundred meters. Then, with a shout, his foot pierced through the clouds and tore through the sky. From the outside, it looked like the golden pillar of light that had shot into the sky had suddenly descended and smashed into the back of Wudong Mountain. Soon after, rings of golden cloud rings rippled and pushed outwards, covering a radius of more than 10 miles, including the entire back mountain of Wudong. The scene was even more shocking in the eyes of the people who bore the brunt of the impact. Boom! As Jiang Tian stomped his foot, the air trembled, and golden light filled the air. It was extremely dazzling. It was like a nuclear explosion. No one dared to look at it directly. Many people could not help but close their eyes. The foot that descended from the sky was aimed at Sita Yuanhao, but it affected everything within a radius of a few kilometers. Rumble. The ground within a radius of a few kilometers was like a beating drum, causing the continuous palaces to tremble violently. Huge waves surged in the calm lake. The towering trees were broken and turned into dust. The wood fibers danced like snow. The basin-sized rocks rolled on the ground like plastic bubbles and scattered in all directions. The power of a single kick is terrifying to such an extent. Terrifying. Sect leader, we're no match for him. Watch out, brother Situ. Chen Anping and the 8th elder of Wudong sect screamed. Their faces changed drastically as if they were grieving for their parents. They were 200 to 300 meters away from the center of the attack, but they were still blown dozens of meters away by the gusts of wind like catkins in the wind. Their faces changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with fear. They were so scared that their breathing stopped. The violent pressure seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, and it pressed down on them to the point they almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. What is his cultivation base? Even though Qin Anping was a half-step human deity, he still felt as if his chest was being hammered by a heavy hammer. He could not even stand properly. He was so shocked that he felt as if he had seen a ghost. His body is emitting boundless light and he has a Vajra-glazed body. Could it be that he has reached the earth deity level and is comparable to the Buddha? He's not even 30 years old and he's already an earth deity. How is that possible? At that moment, his eyes were filled with fear, shock, envy, jealousy, and disbelief. He could not help but think of all the rumors about Jiang Tian. He wondered if Chen Fan was really the reincarnation of the old demon. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Meanwhile, no one in Wudong Mountain and Shiyan City knew what was going on. Why is my cell phone screen white? There's no signal. Fuck. My camera is broken too. Does that golden light have electromagnetic waves? But it's 10 to 20 kilometers away. Everyone exclaimed and cursed. However, there were even more people who were watching this scene in horror. It was too shocking and terrifying. It must be the Zhenwu Great Emperor. Many people even kowtowed in the direction of Wudong Mountain, thinking that a deity had appeared. Faced with such a powerful kick, Sidi Yuanhao did not even have the chance to dodge it. I can't run away? At that moment he was horrified. It was as if he was trapped by some kind of spatial energy. His body felt like it was stuck in an invisible glue. It was difficult for him to move. Kongtu, you can't become an earth deity. You're just an early-stage human deity. You can't kill me. In a moment of desperation, Sidi Yuanhao shouted. Like a mad tiger, he unleashed all the skills he had learned in his life. Sidi Yuanhao used all kinds of techniques. He made a series of hand seals and activated all his protective dermic artifacts. Dazzling rays of light blossomed as layer after layer of thick stellar energy spread out. There were all kinds of runes flowing on the earth chi like a canopy of clouds and a golden bell that protected his body. Eagle come. In the end, he let out a loud roar and summoned the huge falcon. Screech. The eagle let out a sharp screech and flapped its wings. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, sending the roof tiles flying and the buildings collapsing. The giant eagle soared into the sky and charged at Jiang Tian as if it was going to protect its master. Frog in the well. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Jiang Tian's black hair fluttered like a waterfall. His body emitted a golden light. He looked like a lofty god of war. His face was full of disdain. You're just an ant. How would you know what I'm capable of? How would you know what I'm capable of? My cultivation isn't something you can guess. Jiang Tian shouted in a mocking tone as he descended from the sky. His foot tore through the clouds as he descended. The air burned and the void vibrated. His foot was like a missile that could penetrate the ground. Its power was unimaginable. Under Jiang Tian's foot, Sidi Yuanhao's dermic artifacts, all kinds of protective dermic artifacts, and even the blood-red chi shield that he had activated were all useless. Bam, bam, bam. His dermic artifacts shattered one by one. All kinds of light shields trembled and exploded. The giant eagle was like a chicken that had been hit by a baseball bat. It flew dozens of meters away. Its feathers flew everywhere. It screamed and died. Sidi Yuanhao was stomped into the dust by Jiang Tian's foot. Blood gushed out and pieces of his organs splattered. His chest was pierced by Jiang Tian's foot, and he screamed in pain. He stomped a mortal deity with 1 foot. Oh my God! Is he still human? I'm afraid only real deities and deities can do that. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chapter 679. This was Sid Yuanhao. He was the leader of the Hong sect and had more than 100,000 disciples. During the Republic of China, even Du Yuexing had to greet him respectfully. He was able to drink and chat with Mr. Sun Wen and intimidate half of Huaxia. His esteemed status was built on the foundation of his powerful cultivation. He was the disciple of the Hong sect's ancestral master, Sidu Shao, and had reached the immortal state decades ago. Even someone as talented as Yi Tianren might be able to defeat him, but they should be on par. There was no way Qin Fan could have defeated Sidu Yuanhao so easily. What? Sidu Yuanhao is no match for him. Today, we have made a mistake that will cause everlasting regret. We have made a huge mistake. Chen Anping could not believe what he had just seen. He had inherited the Wudong orthodoxy, thus he was quite knowledgeable. He immediately noticed that Jiang Tian's tremendous strength and flesh were the strongest among the earth immortals in the records. Only the legendary grand sky deities and perfected golden deities could possess such terrifying power. Even Hao Taichong, the sect master of Kunlun, and Yi Tianren of Hongmeng were no match for Jiang Tian. There were only a handful of people in the entire semi-hidden faction that could defeat Jiang Tian. Even the brain-headed Daoist, who was imprisoned in the cliff cave, was not as powerful as Jiang Tian when he was at his peak. He knew that Jiang Tian had displayed the power of an early-stage mortal deity during his battle with Zhang Qianlei. Therefore, he believed that he, the Grand Elder, and the human immortal Sidu Yuanhao would be able to kill Jiang Tian as easily as chopping vegetables. To his surprise, Jiang Tian's qi, cultivation arts, and physique were all signs of an earth-level deity. In less than a year, he had crossed the mortal deity and earth-level deity. Was he still human? Chen Anping could not help but complain. Kong Teichu, I will not let you get away with this. If I don't take revenge for this, I won't be a man. At this time, Sidu Yuanhao could not hold on any longer. With a roar, his body suddenly exploded. His divine soul turned into a blood rainbow and disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he was already several kilometers away. DK, bad people die because they talk too much. Jiang Tian laughed. The golden lake at the center of his forehead rippled, and the golden armored general leaped out. The golden armored divine general flashed and turned into a sharp golden light, piercing through like a bolt of lightning. Sidu Yuanhao screamed miserably. The blood-colored soul avatar was shattered by the golden-armored divine general's saber. It was devoured and absorbed in the blink of an eye. This was the true annihilation of both body and soul. Even if the gods were here, they would not be able to help him reconstruct his physical body. Wudong 9 Palace's 8 trigram sword, combined attack, immortal slaying sword. When he saw this scene, Chen Anping was terrified to the point the hairs on his entire body stood on end, and he shouted out explosively before attacking without holding back in the slightest. You want to use the immortal slaying sword? The sect leader is fighting like a madman. That will cost us half of our blood essence, and it will take 10 years for us to recover our cultivation. There is no other way. If we don't kill him, there will be endless trouble in the future. Let's kill him. In a blink, the 8 elders moved. Together with Chen Anping, they chanted spells and waved the swords in their hands at the same time. This sword art was the treasure of the Wudang Mountain and was a secret art passed down from generation to generation. The elders' sword techniques were fast and slow, hard and soft at the same time. The sword followed the body and the body carried the sword. They combined form and will and chi and soul. In the 6 harmonies, the eyes, body, dharma, art, soul, and form were all profound. Some elders moved like dragons out of the water, some were as quiet as a cat catching a mouse. Their hands were divided into yin and yang, their bodies were filled with the 8 trigrams, and their steps were filled with the 9 palaces. The swords in their hands hooked, pointed, flicked, stabbed, raised, and slashed. Every move and every wisp of sword intent contained hundreds of years of history and could easily kill a transcendent grandmaster with earth-shattering power. Suddenly, the spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered crazily. The spirit chi of heaven and earth within a few miles was sucked dry and formed 9 sharp chi blades in the air. Once the sword of deity is formed, Kong Teichu, even if you are an earth-level deity, you will die. Then, Chen Onping threatened in a deep voice. If you know when to stop, then let's forget about this and we will mind our own business. The next step of the sword art was to refine the blood essence. This would consume a lot of energy for each of them. Even if they could kill Jiang Tian, it would be a loss they couldn't bear. I have also thought of settling this peacefully, but now I have changed my mind. I will destroy the Wu Dang sect. Jiang Tian sneered. Destroy the Wu Dang sect? Chen Onping was so angry that he cracked a smile. He shouted, Kong Teichu, how dare you? Do you really think the Wu Dang sect is a nobody? His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he cracked a vicious smile. I'll let your blood splatter on the spot and accompany Sid Yunhao, Wu Chen, and a few other old friends. Together. As soon as he said that, the 8 elders spat out a mouthful of blood onto their chi swords, dyeing them blood red. Together. In the end, everyone shouted. The 9 swords suddenly flashed and merged into one, turning into a giant sword that was 50 feet long. The sword, which had been refined with the blood essence, floated in front of Chen Onping. It was crystal clear and flashed with a red light. But in fact, it was full of blood chi and was extremely sharp. It was so powerful that it could even flatten a mountain. This sword can kill an earth-level deity. In the end, Chen Onping shouted and spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the deity-slaying sword. Suddenly, his face turned pale and his skin suddenly dried up. He seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. But the red light of the deity-slaying sword shone 100 meters in all directions and it became even more powerful. Kill! 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 In the midst of the 9 violent and ruthless roars, the deity-slaying sword suddenly turned into a crimson light and shot towards Jiang Tian. Chen Onping thought that this sword could kill a real earth-level deity. Zhang Qianlei, Zeus, Hao Taichong Yitianren and the sect master of Kunlun would be annihilated. You want to kill me with such a crude joint attack? You're really daydreaming. Jiang Tian chuckled and used the flying sword for the first time. The joint attack of the 9 elders was indeed very primitive. Their blood essence and the condensed spirit chi of heaven and earth couldn't be completely merged and could only double their combat power. But considering that the 8 elders were all peak-stage immortal state warriors and Chen Onping was a half-step human deity, this attack was at least comparable to an attack from an earth-level deity. Jiang Tian decided not to hold back and went all out. In fact, Jiang Tian's true essence was a few times more powerful than that of a half-step human deity. But his divine body had reached phenomenal success and he had many divine powers, dharma spells, and Xiao Hei's flying sword. Besides, his true essence was much more condensed than true chi. This increased his combat power by 100 times and he could at least kill a human deity. Swish! Xiao Hei's flying sword was activated by Jiang Tian's immortal will. It immediately turned into a ray of dark light and shot towards the deity-slaying sword. The dark light burst out like a shooting star. Waves of shrill sword whistles converged into a deafening roar, as if a fighter jet was tearing through the sky. Chen Onping shouted and formed a hand seal. The deity-slaying sword shone brightly. Like a blood-red dragon soaring into the sky, it clashed with Jiang Tian's little black flying sword. Bang! It was as if a few tons of explosives had been ignited. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the deity-slaying blood sword exploded. Blood-colored aura shot out violently, and a surging shockwave blasted out in all directions like raging waves. Boom! Palaces and buildings collapsed one after another, turning into broken walls and ruins. Rumble! One by one, the fake mountains and strange rocks shattered, and the rubble pierced through the air. Crack! Towering trees were snapped one after another and turned into fine powder, sweeping up thousands of piles of snow. Xiao Hei's flying sword paused in the air. Jiang Tian's figure didn't move at all, and his expression was calm and relaxed. His sleeves fluttered lightly, and it was obvious that he still had energy left. As for Chen Onping and the 8 elders, their bodies shook violently, and they staggered back a few steps. Then, their faces swelled, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of attack was formed with the blood essence and was connected to the soul energy of the user. Once the attack failed, the user would suffer a cruel backlash. How is that possible? The deity-slaying sword has been broken. Then they couldn't believe it. They screamed as if they had seen a ghost. No one has been able to break the deity-slaying combined attack since the Wu Dang sect was founded 1,000 years ago. And yet, he broke it so easily. Even an earth-level deity would have to avoid the deity-slaying sword. What is his flying sword made of? What kind of cultivation art does he practice to make it so powerful? It's so scary. He is the reincarnation of an old demon. Before the 9 elders could react, Jiang Tianzong let out a long laugh and said coldly, "Again!" Swish! The little black flying sword that had paused for a moment suddenly accelerated, charging towards Chen Anping at a speed faster than lightning. "Master Kong, stop. I admit defeat." Chen Anping's face was pale. He screamed and retreated. He wanted to beg for mercy. But it was too late. Xiao Hei's flying sword flew to his neck in the blink of an eye and wrapped around his neck. Swish! Blood gushed out of Chen Anping's neck. His head flew high in an instant. Bang! The headless body fell to the ground. Sect Master! The 8 elders were filled with despair and terror when they saw this, and their faces went pale as they let out shrill cries of shock as if they had lost their parents. Retreat! Like stray dogs, they fled in all directions, each of them trying their best to escape. Jiang Tian killed a mortal immortal. He broke the combined attack of 8 immortal state warriors and a half-step human immortal with 1 sword. That kind of cultivation was too terrifying. It was not something they could resist at all. If they didn't run now, when would they be killed by Jiang Tian? As for the treasures left by the ancient Wudong sect, they were also very distressed. But at this time, what was more important than saving their lives? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. In this battle, a mortal immortal, a half-step human immortal, and 2 peak-stage immortal state warriors had died. It was earth-shattering. But in fact, it all happened in just a few minutes. Jiang Tian killed madly along the way, slaying gods and killing immortals like chopping vegetables. How terrifying Jiang Tian's strength was. Chapter 680. Monk Wuchen and Gong Yile were both at the peak of the immortal state. One had to know that deity realm cultivators were often capable of leading a sect by themselves and suppressing a country by themselves. Miyamoto Minamoto controlled the Cherry Blossom Society and was on equal footing with the Mikado. Wang Chongyan, who was half a step away from the immortal state, was called the Grand Preceptor of Xingzhou. Yi Zhantian was in charge of the Huaxia Long formation. As for the half-step human deities and mortal deities, they had a lifespan of 150 years, which was enough for them to lead the semi-hidden sects and roam the world freely. They all had great freedom, great creation, and great blessings. They had already transcended worldly affairs and only sought immortality and supreme Tao. They did not care about the mortal world. However, they were all killed by Jiang Tian. It was like the biggest joke in the world. Now that they saw the elders fleeing in panic, the crowd couldn't come back to their senses. It was as if they were dreaming. It should be known that just 10 minutes ago, they were full of confidence and arrogance, saying that they would definitely kill Jiang Tian. Run! Run! Our Wu Dang sect is destroyed. If we are late, we will be killed by him. Finally, all the elders, hall leaders, and disciples of Wu Dang sect came to their senses. They were scared out of their wits and ran for their lives. They wished their parents had given birth to them with 2 more legs. Who dares to run? I will kill you. Seeing this, Jiang Tian shouted. Xiao Hei's flying sword flew to the entrance of the dojo a few miles away and killed everyone in sight. Don't run. Old Jiang is not a person who kills innocent people. If you submit to him sincerely, he will spare you. Zhang Qianlei leaped forward a few times. His movement technique was as fast as lightning. He stopped a few ashen-faced elders and grinned. Brotherly, don't lie to me. We have set up a deadly trap. How can Kong Teichu spare us? Some elders were so scared that they screamed hysterically. Their bodies flashed like shooting stars as they fled into the distance. Fuck, I told you not to run away. Still running? Stop. You won't stop, will you? Go away. Zhang Qianlei was furious. He threw a disposable flying sword at the elder and turned him into ashes. Who dares to run? Zhang Qianlei stood proudly in the air, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. This is what happens to those who run. That thunderous roar shook everyone's heads, causing their heads to buzz. We submit. Master Kong, please spare our lives. Master Kong, from now on, we will all serve you, Master Kong. If you have any orders, we will obey without question. Everyone was terrified. Several elders returned to Jiang Tian's feet and knelt down one after another, kowtowing 3 times and 9 times. As for the other hall masters and disciples, they realized that Jiang Tian had indeed only killed those who tried to escape from the training ground, but did not care about those who stayed in the training ground. Therefore, they gave up on the idea of running away and returned to the training ground, trembling with fear. Today I, Kong Teichu, have killed the sect leader of Wudang sect and suppressed all of you. Do you accept this? Jiang Tian put away Xiao Hei's flying sword, stepped on the void, and asked in a deep voice like a god descending. We submit. All the elders, hall masters, and disciples, nearly 1,000 of them, knelt on the ground, trembling, and lowered their arrogant heads. From now on, Wudang sect will be removed from the world and will be known as a branch of the Taiqing sect. Do you accept this? Jiang Tian took a step forward, and a great pressure came crashing down like a heavenly river. We submit. Many elders looked sad and helpless. After pondering for a while, they finally sighed deeply and nodded. The ancient Wudang sect had stood in the forest of semi-hidden sects for hundreds of years and had produced many capable people, which shocked Wuxia. But now, it had become a branch of the Taiqing sect, which was unacceptable to them. However, the situation was compelling. Jiang Tian had shown the strength to kill a mortal deity, so they did not dare to offend him at all. It could be said that if Jiang Tian wanted to kill them now, it would be as easy as cutting vegetables. You have to sign a divine soul contract with me and all the treasures of the sect will be mine. Do you accept this? Jiang Tian flicked his sleeves and looked at them arrogantly. At this time, he was like a divine lord who stepped on the supreme Tao, looking down at the universe and asked coldly. We accept this wholeheartedly. The elders' voices trembled as they kowtowed like they were pounding garlic. From now on, my disciple, Tang Linglong, will be the hall master of the Wudang sect and will be in charge of you. Do you accept this? Jiang Tian's eyes were like 2 cold bolts of lightning, sweeping across the elders. Suddenly, a terrible murderous intent shrouded the entire ancient Wudang sect like a mountain. I accept this wholeheartedly and will be loyal to Hall Master Tang. If you have any orders, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Many elders, hall masters, and disciples were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. Their heads were bleeding and they screamed miserably. Many disciples secretly turned their heads to look at Tang Linglong. Their faces were full of shock and their hearts were full of envy and jealousy. She was only in her early 20s and she had become the sect leader of the Wudang sect. It was simply too important to have an amazing master. This was the ancient Wudang sect, which had been passed down for hundreds of years and was one of the most powerful sects at that time. Master saved me and didn't blame me. He even gave me so much. Tang Linglong's beautiful eyes widened. She was so touched that the rims of her eyes turned red. She did not expect this dispute to end in such a way. Jiang Tian floated to the ground and flew to Tang Linglong. He glared at her and said, I am now in control of a country. I am strong and powerful. Between heaven and earth, I can gallop freely. Do I need you to spend so much effort to help me find cultivation resources? Master? Tang Linglong lowered her head. Her beautiful eyes were full of tears. She was a little ashamed and also a little wronged. That's enough. You're the leader of a sect now. What's the point of crying like this? Jiang Tian walked to a hall with his hands behind his back. Halfway, He suddenly turned around and made a V-shaped gesture in the air with a bright smile. Just as Jiang Tian was about to fight with a mortal deity and a half-step mortal deity at the ancient Wudong sect. In a hidden military base in Shiyan City, Chao Shixiang and many senior members of the Long Formation were staring at the big screen, discussing and plotting. Gong Yile of the 9 Stories Pagoda? Why are they colluding with the ancient Wudong sect? Sidi Yuanhao, the former leader of the Hong sect? I heard that he had already become a mortal deity. Wuxian of the Diamond Temple. We lost 3 Grandmaster-level soldiers to capture him. Red Sparrow stared at the computer screen and reported to Zhantian and Chao Shixiang. At that time, other than Jiang Tian, no one knew that the battle was under the surveillance of the Wuxia Long Formation. Her report had stirred the entire battle command. Everyone's face darkened as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even Chao Shixiang and Yi Zhantian were shaken by the news. A peak-stage immortal state warrior was able to lead the special warfare organization of the Cherry Blossom Society or the Winter Soldiers. What would happen if a mortal deity or a half-step mortal deity who was more powerful than an immortal state warrior appeared? Even the Wuxia Long Formation might not be able to stop them. The cultivation world in Wuxia would be in for a bloodbath. Deploy the drones to the sky and monitor the entire event. Also, activate the Beidou-1 satellite and record the entire event with the highest resolution. Chao Shixiang gave the order with a pale face. Among the semi-hidden sects, the ancient Wudong sect was the most dishonest. They had many agents in the mortal world who bullied the good and the innocent. They often killed people and robbed them of their possessions. More importantly, they were inextricably linked to the Cherry Blossom Society. Later, after Jiang Tian defeated the Cherry Blossom Society in Japan, Sasaki Haisha and the others also confirmed the matter. In the 1990s, the ancient Wudong sect and the Cherry Blossom Society had signed an agreement to share resources and information and to search for the incomplete map of the ruins of deity. The Nie Zhanghai family of Jinlin City and Chen Xuejiao of Yanjin City had both been supported by the two organizations. This made Chao Shixiang and Yi Zhantian furious. It seemed that Chen Anping had gone crazy in order to become a deity. He had made the Wuxia Long Formation his enemy and joined forces with the Cherry Blossom Society, Wuxia's mortal enemy. Chao Shixiang and Yi Zhantian had been investigating and planning for a long time. They planned to eliminate Chen Anping during the sect competition when the elites of the ancient Wudong sect gathered. However, the two of them did not expect that. The 9-story pagoda, the Chinese Hong sect, and the Jingang Temple were all allies of Chen Anping. Old man Chao, this is going to be a tough battle. Yi Zhantian frowned and said with a serious face. Sidi Yuanhao is a real mortal deity. Not even cannons can kill him. I'm afraid the Wuxia Long Formation will struggle. We still have to fight. Chao Shixiang slammed the table and bellowed. The 9-story pagoda and the Chinese Hong sect had killed so many Democrats in the past. This time, they have risen from the ashes and are making a comeback. Their goal is definitely not small. Yeah, we have to fight even if we can't defeat them. Black Tortoise rolled up his sleeves and said with a muffled voice. His fighting spirit was surging as he said, "These bastards are too arrogant. Do they think the Wuxia Long Formation is a pushover?" Old man Chao, although most of us are just transcendent state cultivators, with our special combat suits and Dharma artifacts, we should be able to put up a fight. We ask for a fight. White Tiger swallowed hard and forced himself to calm down. However, his trembling hands betrayed his nervousness and uneasiness. The Wuxia Long Formation was one of the most important weapons of the nation. It was the Great Wall of Steel that protected Wuxia. There were no cowards among its members. They had fought countless battles to repel the invaders of Wuxia. Wuxia was known as the Forbidden Land of international mercenaries and assassins, and the nightmare of evil martial artists and paranormals. They had also taken the initiative to attack, chasing after the culprits for thousands of miles and beheading those powerful and evil Western cultivators. However, the disparity in power was not something that could be overcome with fighting spirit. Sidi Yuanhao. He was a mortal deity. He was even more powerful than Yi Zhantian. It would be a lie to say that the soldiers were not afraid at all. Sigh. Red Sparrow heaved a sigh and said in a voice that only she could hear, "If only Kong Teichu was still here. Old Man Chow, let's use heavy weapons if we can't defeat them." The atmosphere was gloomy. Suddenly, a senior military staff officer angrily suggested, "That's our last resort." Chao Shixiang's pupils contracted as he said in a deep voice. He knew that this was going to be a fierce battle. If they wanted to kill these martial arts experts, the Wuxia Dragon Group would definitely suffer heavy losses this time. Their vitality would be greatly damaged and their strength would be greatly reduced. However, he had no other choice. The heritage of the ancient Wudang sect was precious. The best strategy was to suppress and reclaim it for the government's use. If he used heavy weapons to kill them all, the ancient books and cultivation resources would be destroyed as well. Just as the soldiers of the Long Formation were about to march to their deaths. Red Sparrow suddenly jumped up and exclaimed, "Oh my God, he is here." Chapter 681. Who is that? Look at how flustered you are. Black Tortoise glared at her. "Yes, it's Kong Teichu." Red Sparrow projected the footage onto the big screen so that everyone could have a better look. "It's him. Kong Teichu." Everyone looked at the footage in surprise and awe as a crazy smile appeared on their faces. What is he doing here? Isn't he in Sidoni? Chao Shixiang was shocked, but he could not hide the smile on his face. His disciple Tang Linglong, the former captain of Dragon Warriors, has joined Wu Dang sect. We have just seen that Wu Dang sect is going to attack Tang Linglong. It seems that Kong Teichu is here to save her. An information officer reported. That's enough. Kong Teichu is very protective of his disciples. We have to fight them this time. Black Tortoise laughed. But they are a immortal, a half-step immortal and 2 immortal state warriors. No, I have to help them. Yi Zhantian looked worried. To him, Jiang Tian was half a master who had once guided him to break through and step onto the path of cultivation. How could he not care about him? They are fighting. Just as Yi Zhantian was about to go to Wu Dang sect, everyone suddenly exclaimed. Yi Zhantian stopped and looked back. Everyone stared at the big screen, not daring to make a sound. Jiang Tian had fought a mortal, a half-step immortal and 2 immortal state warriors alone. It was an unprecedented battle. It was extremely rare. Even when Yi Tianren was at the peak of his power, he had never fought like this. He had only fought 2 or 3 immortal state warriors alone. This Jiang Taichu is too heaven-defying. The 4 of us joined forces to attack, yet it was so easily broken by him. Suddenly, everyone gasped in unison, and their expressions were shocked to the extreme. It was as if they'd seen a ghost. In terms of understanding of Jiang Tian, the Wuxia Long Formation could be said to have the deepest understanding. The Long Formation had paid close attention to Jiang Tian's battle with Xiaobin, the battle with Zhang Qianlei, the battle with Xiaobin, the battle with Dong Yang, the battle with Hao Hongmei, the battle with Zhang Qianlei, and so on. They analyzed every single one of Jiang Tian's battles frame by frame, giving a detailed and scientific evaluation. The only thing left was to drag Jiang Tian onto the test bench and slice him up for observation. But at this moment, they realized that they had never known Jiang Tian before. Jiang Tian's cultivation at this time was very strange to them, and they didn't dare to believe it. His cultivation has increased again. Yi Zhantian's voice trembled. His heart was in turmoil. How is that possible? Could it be that he made another breakthrough when he was in Sidoni? Black Tortoise and the others were dumbstruck. But then, Jiang Tian killed Gong Yile and Master Wuchen, who were at the Divine Realm peak stage, with 1 palm. How could it be so easy to kill a deity? That was an instant kill. No one below the Earth-level deity level could do it so easily. Everyone was dumbfounded. No matter how shocked they were, they had no choice but to believe it. Jiang Tian had killed immortal state peak stage deities in a row, which was much easier than Jiang Tian had killed by Tianlei and his wife and Miyamoto. Back then, Jiang Tian's battle lasted for an hour or 2. But now it was a one-hit kill. The saint who killed Zeus had used up a great deal of his energy. He was so tired that his hair had turned white. In fact, Jiang Tian didn't have the yang herb, so he didn't make a breakthrough. However, the months of hard work had not gone to waste. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Sid Yuanhao has used his ultimate move. This is the secret art of the Situ family, the blood nourishment sword. Suddenly Yi Zhantian became nervous. Years ago, Yi Tianren thought highly of Sid Yuanhao's move. It was comparable to the flying sword art of Mount Shu. Moreover, Sid Yuanhao had not reached the mortal deity level at that time. He was just an immortal state warrior. Now that his cultivation had improved, he would be even more powerful. What the fuck? How is this possible? Then, under everyone's shocked gazes and exclamations, Jiang Tian hadn't even made a move yet. He had already shattered Sid Yuanhao's blood nourishment sword. However, what happened next was even more shocking. Jiang Tian actually soared into the air, his foot piercing through the clouds and splitting the air, directly stomping Sid Yuanhao to death. He killed him? He killed a mortal deity with one stomp? Oh my god. I can't believe it. Everyone felt that it was unreal and surreal. Kong Teichu killed a mortal deity with one stomp? Even someone as mature as Chao Shixiang was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. Damn it. Is this for real? Am I dreaming? Red Sparrow reached out and pinched the black tortoise's thigh. It hurts. Can you stop pinching me? The black tortoise let out a cry of pain, reminding everyone that it was real. Kong Teichu can crush a mortal deity with one stomp. How powerful is his cultivation and constitution? Yi Zhantian exclaimed. Only someone of his cultivation level would understand what the human immortal realm meant. It was beyond the immortal state and was almost immortal. It could withstand a barrage of cannon fire. Unless nuclear weapons were invented, they would be invincible in the world. However, Sid Yuanhao's body was crushed by Jiang Tian and his divine soul escaped. Then, everyone saw Jiang Tian easily destroy the immortal slaying sword that Chen Anping and the others had condensed. With one slash, Chen Anping's head was sent flying. When Jiang Tian walked to the lobby, he made a victory sign in the shape of a V to the camera of the drone. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, and silence filled the air. One mortal deity, half-mortal deity, and two immortal state warriors didn't see a single drone. This means that Kong Teichu still had time to observe his surroundings when he was fighting. Holy shit, he's too abnormal. He still has time to observe the drones when he is fighting a mortal deity? Is there any justice in this world? Everyone was about to lose their minds. Zhantian, I am afraid that not even Situ Shao, the founder of the Hong sect at the end of the Qing dynasty, and your father were as powerful as you. Chao Shixiang sighed meaningfully. I am afraid not. Yi Zhantian let out a wry smile and shook his head. He was getting more and more anxious. Jiang Tian and his father had agreed to meet in 3 years. Who would win when the time came? Elder Chao, what should we do with the video of this battle? Should we keep it top secret or make it public? Red Sparrow asked seriously. Make it public on the dark web. Elder Chao waved a hand. Seeing that everyone was confused, Elder Chao said, in the 6 months since Kong Teichu left Wuxia, many international tycoons and overlords have invaded Wuxia. The 9-story pagoda and the Hong sect are also on the rise. This time, let's show them that Kong Teichu hasn't left Wuxia. And what will happen to these bastards if they dare to do whatever they want in Wuxia? When the Huaxia Long Formation released the news and the video, it swept across the world like a storm. The founder of the 9-story pagoda, Gong Yile, had died. The immortal state overlord, Master Wuchen of the Diamond Temple, had died. The leader of the Hong sect, mortal deity Sid Yuanhao, was crushed by Kong Teichu. Chen Anping, the sect leader of the ancient Wudang sect, was beheaded by Kong Teichu. The ancient Wudang sect had surrendered. These pieces of news were like a 1,000-pound boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves to rise to the heavens. It shocked all the major organizations in the world. Many big countries were so shocked that their eyeballs fell to the ground. They were dumbfounded. Even though the United States of America was powerful, they could only kill 1 or 2 immortal state warriors with firearms. They had never killed a mortal deity before. Moreover, Jiang Tian had killed 2 immortal state warriors, a half-step mortal deity and a mortal deity all by himself. Sidoni at the Taiching sect. Old Lord Hua, it seems that the Huaxia Long formation released the video on purpose. It's very clear. Shen Mange watched the video on the dark web on her tablet and said with furrowed brows. 1 man killed a mortal deity, a half-step mortal deity and 2 immortal state warriors. This is enough to intimidate those who covet Huaxia. Huaqing Tian lamented. The Long formation wants to tell the world that even though Kang Teichu has established a new sect, he is still a descendant of the Yanhuang and will fight for Huaxia. What is the sect leader's cultivation level now? Has he reached the level of Earth-level deity? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil. Everyone knew that Jiang Tian had made a breakthrough in Sidoni. Although he had been in seclusion for a long time after the battle with France, there seemed to be no sign of a breakthrough. But judging from the video, it seemed that the sect leader had killed a mortal deity with much less effort than Zeus. The sect leader's cultivation base is unfathomable and unfathomable. How can the likes of you and I guess? Huaqing Tian shook his head with a yearning look. Although he couldn't do it, he yearned for it. Kang Teichu killed a real mortal deity. In the dark world, many overlords were deeply shocked by a series of shocking news. They couldn't believe it. In the world of cultivation, saints and mortal deities had always been on the same level, but this was only a guess. After all, the battle between a saint and a mortal deity was extremely rare and there were only a few records of it. Therefore, when Jiang Tian killed Zeus, many people didn't think that Jiang Tian had reached the level of mortal deity. They thought he was still a half-step mortal deity. However, this time, when Jiang Tian killed Sidyuanhao, a real mortal deity, everyone had to believe it. Kang Teichu must be a real mortal deity, or even a peak mortal deity or an earth-level deity. He killed a real mortal deity, a half-step mortal deity, and 2 peak immortal state warriors. Even the United States of America didn't show such terrifying strength when they hunted down immortal state warriors all over the world in the 1960s. A veteran overlord who knew the history exclaimed. Even if Yi Tianren was still alive, and even the founder of the Hong sect, Sidu Shao, didn't have such strength. He killed an immortal state warrior as easily as cutting vegetables. He killed an immortal state warrior with a flick of his finger and crushed a mortal deity with 1 foot. With such strength, I'm afraid he's already invincible on this planet. Someone said confidently, Kang Teichu is invincible. Invincible. My big saber is again unable to endure the thirst. The die-hard fan Big Saber Bro was spamming the screen again. I heard that the founder of the Hong sect, Situ Shao, was a mortal deity before he went into seclusion. He should be an earth-level deity now. Kang Teichu is only an earth-level deity. I don't think he is a match for Situ Shao. At this time, different opinions began to emerge. Chapter 682. Yi Tianren is not bad either. He defeated many immortal state warriors back in the day. I'm afraid he's not even an earth immortal, or even a celestial immortal. Situ Shao is from the Qing dynasty. How could he survive until now? I'm afraid he's already a pile of bones. I'm afraid Yi Tianren is no match for Kang Teichu either. Kang Teichu's strength has increased too quickly. Everyone was arguing fiercely. Spittle was flying everywhere, and they were about to start a fight. Who can defeat Kang Teichu now? The observer, come out and enlighten us. At this time, someone made a request. The observer, who was lurking in the dark, really came out. It's meaningless to argue about the strength of Kang Teichu, Yi Tianren, Situ Shao, and the others. Yi Tianren, Situ Shao, the first vampire, the wolf ancestor, the red-robed archbishop of the Holy See, or the powerhouses of the Yin sect of Huaxia, all of them might be as strong as Kang Teichu. The point is, Kong Taichu is the only immortal state warrior who dares to expose himself to the world and is not afraid of the threats of the superpowers. You should remember that a few months ago, Kong Taichu led Sidonie to defeat France and announced the Xingyuan Immortal Healing Village to the world. At that time, many people ranked Sidonie as the sixth most powerful country in the world. At this point, there was a sharp edge between the observer's strokes, exuding a monstrous domineering aura. At this time, Kong Taichu has killed human immortals, half-step human immortals, and immortal state warriors. He's obviously an Earth immortal. He controls Sidonie, the sixth most powerful country in the world, and he himself is an Earth immortal who can crush immortal state warriors. Who would dare to provoke Kong Taichu? He's the first person in history to do that. Right now, only a few superpowers dare to provoke Kong Taichu. When the observer hammered out the last few words, "The observer," he said, many experts in the dark held their breaths, but their hearts were filled with shock. Jiang Dixian will lead the sixth superpower. First in all of history. At this moment, Kong Taichu's name was known all over the world, and he was above many immortal state warriors and human immortals. He was like an eternal emperor. Our arcanists must withdraw from Wuxia immediately. This Kong Taichu actually came back. This is a video released by Wuxia Long Formation. Who knows, maybe Kong Taichu and Wuxia Long Formation are working together. This is too scary. In France, in England, in Russia, the intelligence agencies of many big countries were all dumbfounded and scared out of their wits. United States, Pentagon. 5 generals of the Eagle faction gathered in a brightly lit office. General Keynes said seriously, "Everyone, we have to restart the research on Kong Taichu. I still think that Kong Taichu will overturn our current order. He will overturn our civilization based on technology and commerce. He has already defeated France and killed immortal state warriors. How far is he from the United States of America? General, Marshall controls the Congress and the courts. He even forced Shelton of the Langley building to step down. Are you sure you want to take this risk?" A rear admiral of the Navy sighed and said. Besides, many funds for Kong Taichu's arcanists have been rejected by the Congress. A lieutenant general of the Air Force smiled wryly and shook his head. "We don't have the funds. We can't cook without rice. Without the funds, the universe shield is about to disband. Those arcanists are not doing charity. They won't work for the United States of America for free. Everyone, someone will provide us with the funds." A sharp killing intent flashed in Kane's eyes as he said proudly, "That's right. Marshall doesn't have the final say in the United States of America. It's not something Kong Taichu can control. Who will provide us with the funds?" A general shook his head and said, "You know, whether it's developing arcanists, developing cutting-edge weapons, or killing Kong Taichu, it won't be a small amount. $1 billion, $2 billion. It might not be enough. It's the Celestial Deity Corporation that will provide us with the funds." Kane smiled confidently. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Celestial Deity Corporation is going to attack Kong Taichu? After a long while, a general suddenly became spirited. He slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. He laughed and said, "They are super overlords. With the support of the Celestial Deity Corporation and the Universe Shield, it will be easy for us to get rid of Kong Taichu." While the entire world was still in an uproar over this battle, and many organizations and experts were plotting, estimating, and discussing, Jiang Tian had already entered one of the great halls of ancient Wudong. He sat high up and looked down at the many Wudong elders and hall masters. The various semi-hidden sects, sect leaders accepted their kowtows. Zhang Qianlei sat below him, his legs crossed as he sipped his tea. Tang Linglong stood behind Jiang Tian like a fox pretending to be a tiger. She raised her jade-white chin, feeling proud. "I am Wan Qili, leader of the Bamboo United Gang of Treasure Island, a disciple of the 9-story tower. I pay my respects to Master Kong." At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s kowtowed to Jiang Tian, trembling. I am He Hongqian of Macau, a disciple of the 9-story tower. I pay my respects to Master Kong. Another old man in his 80s also kowtowed. This man was the gambling king of Macau, and his net worth was over 100 billion. However, in front of Jiang Tian, he was nothing more than a lowly ant. I am Superman Li, a businessman from Hong Kong. I pay my respects to Master Kong. I hope that Master Kong can come to Hong Kong and teach you a thing or two. I will be waiting for you with open arms. Superman Li also knelt on the ground with a face full of reverence, like a believer in the presence of God. Who is Wan Yanfang to you? Jiang Tian didn't even look at He Hongqian and Superman Li. He flicked his finger and asked Wan Qili. That is my father. Wan Qili's heart skipped a beat, but he still answered truthfully. He, your father was killed by Yi Zhantian, and Yi Zhantian is a good friend of mine. Jiang Tian said with a half-smile. Also, Yi Zhantian said that the Bamboo United Gang is not allowed to step into Wuxia. Do you remember? How dare you come here? Master Kong, please calm down. Please don't kill me. Wan Qili was scared out of his wits. He kowtowed like he was pounding garlic and quickly said, Master Kong, I have no status in front of Gong Yile. He never mentioned anything about the fight with you. I know nothing about it. That's why I am here. The Bamboo United Gang was the #1 gang in Taiwan. Wan Qili had tens of thousands of disciples under him. This person could summon the wind and summon the rain in the Bao Island region. His hands and eyes were everywhere, and he could influence elections and control politics. But in front of Jiang Tian, he was like a 3-year-old kid who had made a mistake. He was so scared that tears rolled down his cheeks. He quickly said, Master Kong, the 9-story pagoda has been in Taiwan for 40 years. It controls many gangs in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Its assets are in the tens of billions of USD. Even though you killed Gong Yile, the branches are still here. All you need to do is to send people to control them. You are so rich that you can rival a country. And I am the best person to do that. It seems like you don't know how much money I have. It's only a few billion USD. Why would I care about it? Jiang Tian sneered and said lazily. This, Wan Qili was shocked. He never thought that Jiang Tian was not even interested in controlling the 9-story pagoda. Cut off one of your arms as punishment and get out of here. Jiang Tian waved his hand and said, Thank you, Master Kong, for sparing my life. Without the slightest hesitation, Wan Qili took a long sword from a Wudong disciple. With a flip of his hand, he chopped off his left arm. Beside him, He Hongqian and Superman Li were terrified. This was the infamous Wan Qili, but he did not even have the courage to fight back. Jiang Tian didn't even look at the three of them. They were just filthy rich. He let them go. Grandmaster Jiang, I am the Grand Elder of ancient Wudong, Dong Senator. I congratulate Grandmaster Jiang on his profound power and longevity. At this moment in the crowd, a black-clothed elder quickly walked forward and trembled as he kowtowed on the ground. I heard that you hate me a lot. Jiang Tian tapped his finger on the armrest of the chair and said with a half-smile. Nye Shuiman was the one who came up with the idea to ambush me. You were the first one who supported it. And you were the one who brought Nye Shuiman into the Wudong gang when you were in charge of the business in Jin City? Dong Sen was so scared that his legs started to tremble. Just as he had guessed, many elders, hall masters, and disciples had already surrendered. They were all rushing to Tang Linglong to denounce her. Master Kong, I am the only one who knows about the Wudong gang's treasure. Dong Sen said with trepidation. I am the only one who knows how to break the seal. I will take you there now. I heard that you need a stalk of yang grass. Haha, you think you can hide it from me? It is under the Crane Palace. I can break the seal with one slash. Jiang Tian looked up and laughed. Well, Dong Sen was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Only he, the Grand Elder and the Sect Master, knew about the location of the treasure. The other 7 elders didn't know about it. How did Kong Teichu know about it? I will give you one more chance. If you can't convince me, then go with Chenonping. Jiang Tian said coldly. At this moment, Dongsin was so scared that he didn't know what to do. His forehead was covered in sweat and his mind was racing. Half a minute felt like a century. Just as he was about to faint from fright, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind like a flash of lightning. Master Kong, I know where the nine-sword deity's treasure is. The nine-sword deity? Jiang Tian originally wanted to kill this bastard. But when he heard this, he slowly sat back down and said with a hint of interest, "Tell me." Jiang Tian had heard of the nine-sword deity. He was the peerless elite who killed the sacred battle ape and the owner of the heavenly court's flying sword. Previously, in the cave of Luo Zifeng in the Himalayas, Jiang Tian and Huaqing Tian had obtained the heavenly court's flying sword, the sacred battle ape Qi Aosheng's iron rod, and a map. Jiang Tian had studied the map carefully. It should be the map of the nine-sword deity's tomb. But the map was too small. There were only a few mountains and rivers, and it couldn't match the current terrain of Wuxia. Moreover, the mountains and rivers were all ancient names that were obscure and difficult to understand. It might be a name from the Ming dynasty that had been changed. Jiang Tian couldn't find any clues, but he didn't expect to find something in the ancient Wudong. Chapter 683. Phew! Dongsin heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He knew that he had made the right bet. For someone like Jiang Tian, who stood at the top of the world, only these cultivation resources could move him. The nine-sword immortal was said to be born at the end of the Southern Song dynasty. He cultivated to the level of Earth Immortal and lived for hundreds of years. It was said that Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of martial arts sect, was taught by him. At the end of the Qing dynasty, the founder and several leaders of the Yin sect combined the ancient records and followed many clues. Finally, they found the burial place of the nine-sword immortal, the sword tomb. Unfortunately, there was a powerful restriction there and they couldn't open it. The founder, master, and Qin Onping, the three leaders of the back mountain of Wudong sect, went to the secret chamber every once in a while for more than 100 years, but they always returned empty-handed. But some time ago, Chen Onping received an invitation from the leader of Shu Mountain, Hao Taichong, saying that he found a way to open the secret chamber. Chen Onping was overjoyed and said that he might be able to learn the secret method of Earth Immortal this time. Oh, I see. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Dongsin with great interest and asked, "Elder Dong, where did the nine-sword immortal die?" The gung metal divine body was too powerful. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to break through in the later stages were also as vast as the sea. For example, the heavenly cycle perpetual formation was so abundant in spiritual qi. In addition, he had taken the Guizhong Cauldron heavenly pill, which was a heaven-defying elixir, but he had not achieved a breakthrough. He had only condensed the cultivation of the 7th level of qi refinement. But if the nine-sword immortal was really an earth immortal, then he might have reached the foundation establishment level. Then his dojo must be a supreme-grade spirit vein with rich spiritual qi, even more powerful than the dragon marrow spirit spring in Yuhua Villa. It was very likely that it could support Jiang Tian's breakthrough. At this time, Dongsin glanced at Zhang Qianlei and said hesitantly, "Master Kong, I'm not sure about this. Can you wait for me to investigate in detail?" Jiang Tian sighed that this person was also very clever. He didn't know if he wanted Zhang Qianlei to hear him, so he deliberately slowed down. However, Jiang Tian had always been a person who did not use people he suspected. Since he was friends with Zhang Qianlei, he would not hold back. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Qianlei and I are like brothers. You can speak your mind. Let me tell you, you people have no idea how close old Jiang and I are. What's the point of all this scheming?" Zhang Qianlei laughed and cursed, but he was truly moved. Only an old monster like him, who had been in Jianghu for 100 years and had experienced bloody storms, knew how twisted, sinister, treacherous, and unfathomable people's hearts were in the path of cultivation. In order to compete for cultivation resources, brothers would kill each other, brothers would fight within the same family, father and son would scheme against each other, and husband and wife would turn against each other. Jiang Tian was also an old devil who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. How could he not know about the sinister nature of people's hearts? At this moment, he was completely unreserved with Yi Shiwen, which meant that he trusted Yi Shiwen 100-fold. Zhang Qianlei was very stubborn and never bowed his head to Jiang Tian. But at this moment he made up his mind. Old Jiang, just based on your trust in me today, my life belongs to you. Whoever dares to kill you will have to walk over my dead body first. However, Tang Linglong waved her hand to disperse the crowd and said, except for Elder Dong Sen, all of you can leave first. Remember, from now on, our sect will guard the homeland. We can kill foreign invaders, but we can never invade the secular world. Those who violate this order will be killed without mercy. Yes, sect master. Many elders, hall masters, and disciples bowed in agreement, and then slowly retreated. After a while, only Elder Dong Sen, Tang Linglong, Zhang Qianlei, and Jiang Tian were left in the hall. Well, Elder Dong Sen, can you tell us now? Jiang Tian said with a faint smile. Dong Sen said the name of a place. Jiang Tian and Zhang Qianlei looked at each other in surprise and said in disbelief, why is it on the northern islands of the Arctic? Seeing that the two didn't seem to believe him, Dong Sen was startled and hurried to say, I'm not lying. The nine-sword immortal was a golden deity who could cross the river on a reed and walk on the sky. The entire earth was like an uninhabited land to him. There is no place he can't go. Besides, the spirit chi on earth has been depleted. The nine-sword immortal must have searched the entire Wuxia for cultivation resources. He might be able to find something in a deserted place. Jiang Tian also agreed with this explanation and nodded. He nodded and said, other than Qin Anping of the ancient Wudang sect and Hao Taichong of the Amei sect, who else knows where the nine-sword immortal died? As far as I know, the sect masters of Dian Cang, Tian Shan, and the ancestral master of the Hong sect were also invited by Hao Taichong. Dong Sen said, the sect masters and the tycoons have the same idea. They want to work together to find the hidden treasures of the nine-sword immortal and form an alliance to fight against Kunlun. It looks like there will be a fierce battle when the time comes. Zhang Qianlei said with a serious face. Not to mention that you once killed Hao Hongmei, you also killed a Dian Cang disciple. In order to fight for this treasure, it will definitely be a brutal fight. Hao Taichong and the ancestral master of the Hong sect, Sidu Shao, have probably reached the level of earth-level deity. Old Jiang, you should refine the Zhenyang grass first and then break through to the next level. Dong Sen, when will the hidden treasures of the nine-sword immortal be opened? Or should I say, when did Qin Anping and the others plan to go to the hidden treasures of the nine-sword immortal? Jiang Tian asked with furrowed brows. According to their calculations, it should be this year. Dong Sen said respectfully. According to Qin Anping and Hao Taichong, the nine-sword immortal had set up the array according to the green sack star scripture. He had drawn the land into a river and gathered the rocks into a mountain. He had used the power of the stars and the energy of the sunspots to form a protection array. It was a peerless array that had never been seen before. According to Qin Anping's calculations, the energy of the sunspots would weaken every 11 years. It was the best time for them to break into the hidden treasures of the nine-sword immortal. So, Jiang Tian nodded. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. How many incomplete maps of the ruins of immortality have you collected over the years? How much do you know about the legends of the ruins of immortality? There is indeed an incomplete map of the ruins of immortality among the ancient martial artists. Dong Sen did not expect that Jiang Tian was also searching for the secrets of the ruins of immortality. He thought to himself that Wu Dang sect was going to be plundered clean by Jiang Tian. But he did not dare to hesitate. If Master Kong needs it, I will give it to you, he said with a serious face. However, the old man knows very little about the secrets of the ruins of immortality. There are all kinds of rumors, many of which are unfounded and unfounded. They may not be credible. The old man has been trying to persuade Qin Anping not to waste his energy on the ruins of immortality. Whatever you heard from Qin Anping and the others, just relay it directly. Jiang Tian said with a frown. Chen Onping and the others said that the ruins of immortality should be the remains of ancient cultivators. Seeing that Jiang Tian seemed to be a little impatient, Elder Dongson was shocked and hurriedly bowed. According to various Taoist classics, in the Preqin period, the earth was full of spiritual qi and powerful cultivators, such as Nuwa, Fuxi, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Qiyu Hou-yi, and others, should all be cultivators. According to Chen Onping and the others, it seems that a super-powerful cultivator invaded the ancient earth. Thousands of powerful cultivators in the Preqin period are likely to be more powerful than human immortals. They used their monstrous power to extract the spiritual qi of heaven and earth on the ancient earth and forcibly isolated a dimensional secret realm. While avoiding the invasion of the super-powerful cultivators, it also formed a cultivation paradise, the ruins of immortality. An invasion of a super-civilization. Could it be another cultivation civilization? Hearing those words, Jiang Tian's heart jumped, and he was emotionally moved. In the ears of others, Dong Sen's words must be nonsense, like myths and legends. However, Jiang Tian knew that this was very possible. It could even be said to be the most logical explanation. If there was no cultivation civilization on Earth, it would be impossible to explain the many spells, martial arts, and Western magic left on Earth. It was impossible for a prosperous cultivation civilization to disappear for no reason. Its vitality were more vigorous and powerful than that of human technology and commercial civilization. The only explanation was that a more powerful civilization had appeared and the ancient cultivation civilization knew that they were no match for it, so they hid on Earth. They extracted all the spiritual qi of the Earth and turned it into a dead planet to use as a cover to confuse the super cultivation civilization, while they hid in a dimensional space to enjoy the spiritual qi. The cultivators of the Preqin period are quite capable. Jiang Tian flicked his fingers and thought for a while. Then he made a decision. Finding the ruins of immortality was not something that could be done overnight, so he was not in a hurry. The most important thing now was to break through to the 8th level qi refinement stage as soon as possible. The next step was to find the place where the Immortal of 9 Swords died. 1 month is enough for me to break through once. Let's go and get the Xinjiang grass and the incomplete map of the ruins of immortality. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian stood up and waved his sleeves. Master Kang, Celestial Master Zhang, this way please. Elder Dongson hurriedly led the way. The group of people arrived in front of the Crane Palace. Elder Dongson executed his secret technique. Stepping on the stars, he chanted incantations and formed hand seals. After a series of actions, he closed the treasure room's formation and opened the door. He nodded and bowed as he said, Grandmaster Jiang, please enter. Forget it, you can help me get it. Jiang Tian scanned inside with his divine sense and shook his head in disdain. He was too lazy to take a step in. The hidden treasures of ancient Wudong must be extremely tempting and irresistible to ordinary people. However, in Jiang Tian's opinion, it was just SOSO. He could ask Tang Linglong to send it to the Taiqing sect or leave it for the Huaxialong formation. However, the Xinjiang grass was what he needed the most. Therefore, Jiang Tian was very happy. Good luck, this trip was worth it. He doesn't even care about the hidden treasures of ancient Wudong. After all, he is the ruler of a country. I can't compare with him. Elder Dongson was shocked and deeply moved. In the 500 years of Huaxia, in the world of cultivation, only Jiang Tian was as rich as he was. Master Kang. Elder Dongson went into the treasure room for a moment and returned with 2 sandalwood boxes in his hands. He respectfully handed them to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian knew that he didn't do anything. Inside the boxes was a mature Xinjiang grass and an incomplete map of the ruins of immortality. After taking them, Jiang Tian directly put them into his storage ring without saying anything. Then he looked at Zhang Qianlei and said with a slightly serious expression, Brother Qianlei, I'm going to refine pills and cultivate in seclusion. It will probably take a month, maybe even longer. Chapter 684. Old Jiang, don't worry. I'll protect you. Zhang Qianlei waved his hand. Okay. Jiang Tian nodded slightly and slowly walked into a large hall. With a wave of his hand, the doors to the hall closed. He sat down cross-legged and flipped his hand. The 5 elements cauldron floated in front of him. The inscriptions on it were ancient and filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was engraved with kuei water, gung metal, wood, and other 5 elements. Its aura flowed and could make up for the lack of pills. Jiang Tian had snatched this cauldron from the Cherry Blossom Association. However, it was still the Dharma treasure of the Elixir Cauldron sect of Wuxia. Jiang Tian only needed to use his true essence and true fire to refine ordinary pills. However, Jiang Tian did not dare to be careless when refining a superior-grade pill like the Xinjiang Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. To be safe, he still needed to borrow the power of this cauldron. Xinjiang grass grows in the place where the 9 suns converge. It collects the essence of heavenly fire and is extremely hot. It contains surging fire-type energy. Jiang Tian took out the mature Xinjiang grass and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Supplemented with scarlet flame fruit, orifice-opening snow lotus, channel-opening golden grass, Jiang Tian took out a bunch of spirit herbs that he had prepared long ago, and said with a serious look in his eyes, "It can refine a few Xinjiang Dragon Tiger Golden Pills. The Xinjiang Dragon Tiger Golden Pill can open up meridians and fuse true essence. It's most suitable for people with the gung metal divine body to break through to level 8 qi refinement. In addition, the back mountain of Wudang is also filled with spirit qi. There's actually an earth spirit vein hidden under this protective formation. It's several times more powerful than the dragon marrow spirit spring in Yuhua Villa." At this moment, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. This time, I must break through to level 8 qi refinement. Jiang Tian had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Although he did not cultivate the Gingjin divine body in his previous life, he had interacted with several powerful cultivators with the same physique and had refined the Xinjiang Dragon Tiger Golden Pill more than once. Therefore, everything was easy for him. Open. Jiang Tian had already made up his mind. Without another word, he flicked his left hand and the lid of the 5 elements pill furnace automatically opened. Xiao Chen waved his right hand, and a strand of veritable essence energy condensed into a redly flame. Then, like a nimble little snake, it entered the furnace. When the furnace heated up, under the control of Jiang Tian's spiritual sense, it reached an extremely delicate temperature. Stalks of spirit herbs and great medicines were tossed into the cauldron. Following Jiang Tian's unhurried and methodical refinement, a rich medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. Inside the main hall, the great medicine's spiritual energy was like soaring dragons and leaping tigers. The dense mist roiled, and various phenomena appeared, almost like heaven. At Jiang Tian's level, it was comparable to an Idia. Not eating or drinking for several months was no problem at all. When he was thirsty, he would drink a few mouthfuls of spirit liquid, and when he was hungry, he would swallow a few qi-nourishing pills. He didn't leave the room and immersed himself in alchemy. And just as Jiang Tian was refining pills and advancing towards the 8th level of qi disciple, the outside world began to stir and once again became restless. India. The sun was shining brightly, the sky was clear, and white clouds floated slowly. In a magnificent 1,000-year-old ancient temple, in the main hall of the lecture hall, the yellow bell rang loudly, and green smoke rose in spirals from the incense burner. An eminent monk was sitting cross-legged on the high platform, preaching about Buddhism. Great Master Ji Wu was the #1 eminent monk of the Brahmin. He was the master of the famous Master Qing Lian. His appearance was solemn, and he had a benevolent appearance. Wearing a kasaya, when he preached, his tongue shone like lotus flowers, as if the ground was surging with golden lotuses. Below the platform, there were many believers. They all had their palms together, and their eyes were pious. They listened as if they were enlightened, and there was no lack of politicians, celebrities, and magnates among them. In India, Great Master Ji Wu's position was supreme. Legend has it that if one worshipped him and listened to his preaching, One would be able to obtain great fortune, and great wisdom. One would be able to turn adversity into good fortune, and avoid disaster. Suddenly, a huge dark cloud floated over from the roof of the main hall. The world suddenly became dark, and there were flashes of lightning. Benefactors, today's lecture will end here. All of you disperse. Suddenly, Great Master Ji Wu's face was shocked. He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were like two streaks of fire that pierced through the void as he stared at the sky. Great Master Ji Wu, it's rare for us disciples to see you. Please guide us. Below the seat, a luxuriously dressed young man begged. He was the boss of a large software company in India, and his net worth was at least a few billion USD. Yes, I've been waiting to see you for 10 years. It's been so hard to wait. A deputy mayor of Mumbai prostrated himself on the ground and kept kowtowing. He begged bitterly, unwilling to leave. It's a devil that's hard to meet in 1,000 years. All of you quickly retreat. Great Master Ji Wu slowly stood up. His eyes were filled with fear as he anxiously shouted, "Discipline Hall, Martial Monk Hall, come out and get into formation. A great enemy is attacking." Ding, ding. The chime of the bell rang rapidly. Footsteps were messy, and people were running around like headless flies. Eminent monks who had attained the Tao rushed over from all directions and gathered in the main hall of the lecture hall. They clustered around Great Master Ji Wu and waited solemnly. These eminent monks were all-powerful, and their Dharma power was deep, comparable to a transcendent master, and they had all kinds of powerful Dharma artifacts in their hands. Great Master Ji Wu? Today I, the Fiend Lord of Hell, will meet you. Boom. A thick and viscous black chi as thick as a bucket rushed in from the entrance of the main hall like a black dragon. The black chi swirled and receded in the center of the hall, and a handsome young man with a graceful bearing suddenly appeared. Devil, you're full of fiend flames and murderous intent. You're really an evil thing that's rarely seen in 1,000 years. Great Master Ji Wu shouted. If you're willing to convert to Buddhism, I'll use the Buddha's illumination scripture to purify you and get rid of your murderous intent. Otherwise, you'll definitely bring disaster to the world and you won't have a good ending. Ha, you're still talking when you're about to die. Nie Mingyuan stepped forward and said with a disdainful smile, "What bullshit Buddha Lord, what enlightened monk, in front of me, the Genu Demon Lord, they are all trash." He laughed sinisterly and said, "Today I'll kill all of you and extract your karma, willpower, 3 souls, 6 spirits, and all your cultivation for my use. Good, good, good. As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will?" Great Master Ji Wu was enraged and shouted, "Since you don't want to submit, I can only start a massacre today and get rid of a big scourge for the world." Clang! The Buddha's light spread and golden light flowed like mercury. Great Master Ji Wu attacked with more than a dozen top Dharma artifacts toward Nie Mingyuan. "Kill him." Seeing Great Master Ji Wu attack, all the eminent monks attacked together. Their attacks were extremely powerful, as if they were going to destroy the world. Nie Mingyuan roared and suddenly revealed the true form of the fiend god. His body became indomitable and 7 to 8 meters tall, breaking through the roof of the main hall. 9 dragon-like demons rushed out from behind him and opened their bloody mouths, biting in all directions. "Let me go! He's so powerful!" Shrill screams and exclamations sounded. Many of the eminent monks' Dharma artifacts and attacks were shattered in an instant. The 9 demons swallowed the eminent monks one by one like whales swallowing cows. They did not even struggle before they turned into pus and blood and were absorbed by Nie Mingyuan. Torrential black fiend chi swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, the eminent monks immediately stiffened and fell to the ground. Their blood essence and souls were sucked dry, turning into withered corpses that were all skin and bones. "Ji Wu, your karma and willpower is so deep. You are the best resource for me." Nie Mingyuan opened his bloody mouth and his teeth that were as sharp as swords were dripping with blood. Sticky saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold and greedy as he stared at Great Master Ji Wu. I'll cover you. But seeing this, Grandmaster Ji Wu was alarmed and cried out loudly. This demon was too powerful. Even all his Dharma artifacts were shattered in an instant. He was afraid that today would be a disaster. You're quite merciful. I'll fulfill your wish. Nie Mingyuan suddenly bent over, and his head flew more than 10 meters away from his body and swallowed Great Master Ji Wu. Great Master Ji Wu roared and wailed. His head's mouth opened and closed rapidly. Blood splattered and pieces of his internal organs flew everywhere. Great Master Ji Wu had already been bitten into pieces. The headless body continued to chase after the eminent monks. The 9 demons tore and devoured crazily. After swallowing Great Master Ji Wu, all the eminent monks died. Nie Mingyuan's head flew back to his body. Fresh blood, brain matter, willpower, essence. So delicious. Only this old monk's skin and flesh are a bit dry. He twisted his neck and burped in satisfaction. At this moment, his fiend chi was even more viscous and thick like black glue. It seemed to be 10 times more vigorous than before. The next moment, he turned into a black light and flew out. He did not even look at those ordinary people. Half an hour later, when everything had calmed down, the believers and the police who came after hearing the news entered the main hall. They saw blood and corpses everywhere on the ground. Blood chi soared into the sky and killing intent surged. Great Master Ji Wu did not even leave behind a corpse. Where is Great Master Ji Wu? Even Great Master Ji Wu was killed? What kind of demon is this? A believer screamed. More than 300 eminent monks died. Brahmin, today, your entire sect will be wiped out. An old monk prostrated himself on the ground and wailed in despair. Several days later, Eastern Europe, Romania, Transylvania ancient town. Under the cold sky, dark clouds rolled and icy rain fell. Chilly winds blew and a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky. A Gothic castle covered in vines stood on a reef that protruded out of the sea by the Black Sea. A few seabirds stood quietly by the window, using their beaks to comb their feathers that were wet from the heavy rain. Suddenly, the seabirds looked at the sky in the distance and screeched in panic. It was as if something terrifying was coming. One by one, the seabirds fled in panic, flying in all directions. The next moment, a few black figures wearing black cloaks shot out from the depths of the clouds like arrows. Those wide bat-like wings retracted, and the black figures landed on the pointed roof of the castle. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning flashed in the depths of the clouds, illuminating the world in an instant. With the help of the flash of lightning, one could see that these people had handsome faces, but their skin was abnormally pale. They had a demonic aura and sharp fangs at the corners of their blood-red mouths. If an expert familiar with the dark world saw this, he would definitely exclaim in shock. These were actually Count-level and Duke-level kindred mighty figures. Blood chi surged and killing intent surged. Their strength was comparable to a transcendent master in Wuxia, a kendo grandmaster in Japan, or a mixed martial arts master in the West. One of the vampires distorted and dissipated, turning into a thick black smoke. Like a gecko, he climbed to the side of the window that was filled with biblical stories and condensed his original body again to peek inside. Chapter 685. Kiki, he's still here as expected? Van Helsing, ranked 8th on the power rankings 100 years ago, the #1 demon hunter in the West. He's on par with Zeus of the Holy Knights of the previous generation. The vampire's eyes shot out a venomous light as he licked the long saliva at the corner of his mouth with his scarlet tongue. Ugly bastards, I'm guarding the ancient town of Transylvania. You still dare to come and seek death? A shout came from the depths of the ancient castle. But the window glass shattered, and the fragments danced like butterflies. A few silver bullets engraved with complicated patterns shot at the chest of the Count-level vampire at a speed faster than a sniper rifle bullet. Blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, it was burned dry by the bright holy light emitted by the silver bullets and turned into black smoke. The vampire screamed at the sky and fell onto the marble floor of the courtyard. A large hole appeared in his chest, charred black by the holy light. Black smoke billowed out, and even his sternum was burned. The vampire didn't have time to repair his broken body. He nimbly flipped over and was about to fly up. Kaboom! A tall and imposing figure broke through the glass window and descended from the sky, pouncing toward the vampire like a vulture. Van Helsing's move was fast. He nimbly turned in midair, and the silver longsword in his hand unleashed a holy light slash. Holy light filled the air, and the sword aura slashed the vampire like a sharp bolt of lightning. Ah! The vampire howled miserably at the sky. Blinding holy light radiated from his body, illuminating his bones and internal organs so clearly that they could see them. That powerful body that could withstand bullets was actually burned by the holy light on the silver sword, and it exploded with a loud bang. Red broken bones and debris flew everywhere with sparks, falling to the ground and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Jack, Sinbad Carey, my old friends, according to the covenant from 100 years ago, you have already left Romania. Why don't you abide by the covenant? Van Helsing sneered as he stepped out with his big feet in high leather boots and stepped on a piece of bone that was still burning. A bolt of lightning flashed, and Van Helsing's curly chestnut-colored hair draped over his shoulders could be seen. Under his black top hat, his eyes shone with a sharp light. He had a full beard, which made him look handsome, tough, and unruly. The black leather suit outlined his tall and mighty body. There were many small pockets on the inner leather vest, each of which held various weapons. He carried a silver crossbow engraved with complicated incantations on his back and held an equally exquisite silver longsword made by an alchemist. He gave off an extremely powerful feeling. This is the Blood Tribe's territory. You've occupied it for too long. It's time for you to return it to us. Dracula flung his black cloak and took a step forward. He hovered above Van Helsing, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Over the past 100 years, you've killed hundreds of members of the Blood Clan. Your body is stained with the blood of my people. Today, you must pay with your blood. Step by step, Sinbad stepped through the air. His pale face was distorted as he roared with hatred. Van Helsing, we're going to break your neck, drink your blood, and turn you into our most loyal blood slave. Many powerful members of the Blood Clan stepped forward. Their scarlet tongues rolled up the saliva at the corners of their mouths, and sharp bone hooks extended from their fingernails. Vampire hunters, it's my glorious mission to protect the bright and holy world and kill you filthy monsters. Van Helsing's fighting spirit surged, and his hair flew like a waterfall. Dazzling holy light spread out from his feet and lifted him up. He charged forward, brandishing his silver longsword and slashing at the many great experts of the Blood Clan. Van Helsing, you will fall today. We'll kill you until you despair. 7 or 8 dukes and earls of the Blood Clan, each of them as powerful as a transcendent master. Their bloodlines were powerful, they were almost immortal, and they had many secret blood spells. They fought with Van Helsing. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, a monstrous battle broke out. In the sky, a few figures were chasing each other and could cross hundreds of meters in an instant. Clusters of blood arrows burst out, and blood spells floated in the sky. Beams of holy light and sword auras swept in all directions. This area was suffused with holy light and bloody chi. Flowing lights overflowed with colors and energy filled the sky. Rumble! The sword auras and blood blades created deep pits on the marble floor, and the exquisite stone sculptures shattered like plastic bubbles. A series of shocking cracks appeared on the outer wall of the ancient castle, and it was on the verge of collapsing. The violent sound waves were like rolling thunder, roaring over the entire ancient castle. As expected of the 8th place on the power ranking 100 years ago, Van Helsing was indeed very powerful. He had evolved and used all kinds of spells to restrain the vampires. Beams of holy light easily gathered and turned into fierce attacks. A silver sword flashed across the sky, flashing with cold light. The crossbow containing garlic extract shot out like a meteor, and he used all kinds of secret spells easily. He was a bounty hunter who specialized in restraining the vampires, and the divine powers he displayed were on par with the main gods of the pantheon. He had definitely reached the peak of the immortal state. The more the vampires fought, the more shocked they became. They were completely suppressed by Van Helsing. Duke Dracula and many Blood Clan members were seriously injured, with broken arms and legs. They were also controlled by secret spells and could not regenerate in a short time. Okay, you guys step back. Leave it to me. Just as the vampires were complaining incessantly, the figure standing on the dome spoke indifferently. Yes, Demon Lord. We are incompetent. Please punish us, Demon Lord. The vampires retreated and landed behind the figure, half kneeling on the ground with fear and respect in their eyes. Who could make these Count-level vampires so respectful? Van Helsing's body trembled slightly as he looked at the figure in shock. He muttered in disbelief. That's right. He muttered in disbelief. Could it be a first-generation vampire? Not the first generation of vampires, but an Asian? How can it be? Van Helsing, kneel and beg for mercy. Become my slave. Let's deal with Kong Taechu together, and I'll spare your life. The Demon Lord ignored the kneeling vampires and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Van Helsing. What a fast movement technique! Van Helsing could now clearly see that this person's face was handsome and delicate, but he was emitting a monstrous demonic aura. This demonic aura was many times stronger than that of vampires and werewolves. It was as sharp as a knife, almost tangible. Van Helsing was an expert on the power rankings 100 years ago. He had lived for 200 years and was undefeated in 10,000 battles. He had killed vampires, captured evil witches, exterminated evil spirits, and defeated werewolves. His heart was tenacious and powerful. But at this moment, facing this demonic aura, he was actually terrified. His legs went soft, and he wished he could escape. Although he was terrified, his honor as a vampire bounty hunter drove him to not back down. He raised his sword warily and said proudly, "You are a demon? I, Van Helsing, a sacred bounty hunter, will never make a deal with a demon. Then you can only die." This person only smiled indifferently. Two black demons surged out from behind him like giant dragons. In an instant, the two demons covered the sky and swept in all directions, covering half of the ancient castle. They opened their mouths and bit toward Van Helsing. An unprecedented sense of crisis welled up in Van Helsing's heart. His eyes were cold as he clasped his hands together and crushed the ancient cross stained with blood. This blood cross was stained with a drop of holy blood that flowed out of Jesus during his crucifixion. There were only a few in the Holy See. It was as sacred as the Holy Grail. This was a reward given to him by the previous red-robed archbishop for his meritorious service in slaying demons. The moment the cross shattered, a destructive holy light burst out. The enormous holy light was dazzling and illuminated a radius of several kilometers. It was as if 10,000 tons of explosives had exploded out of thin air. Ah, holy blood and holy light. Retreat! I'm going to be burned to death. Many vampires were in so much pain that they were about to explode. They screamed in shock and retreated without caring about their manners. Even a peak-stage immortal state overlord or a duke-level vampire would be purified and killed by it. It's just holy blood and holy light. That Chinese youth didn't even bother to move. He just looked at Van Helsing mockingly as if he was looking at a dead man. Sure enough, the two demons didn't dodge when they saw the holy light. Instead, they opened their mouths and swallowed the surging holy light in the blink of an eye. What? Van Helsing was shocked and couldn't believe it. He stood there stiffly with despair in his eyes, as if he had seen the end of earth and humanity. That was the holy blood of Jesus. It had such powerful strength that it could easily kill Earl or even Lord-level vampires. However, it had been devoured so easily by these two devils. The next moment, Van Helsing was plunged into darkness because one of the demons was biting his upper body. The other was biting his legs. The two suddenly struggled, and blood spurted out as internal organs flowed out. Smith, Smith. Peace was restored in the ancient castle. Van Helsing was devoured by the two demons in the blink of an eye with a grating sound of chewing. The two demons licked their tongues and suddenly rolled and shrank into the body of the Wuxia man. Delicious. So comfortable. So exuberant. It feels so good to have power. At that moment, it was as if he had taken drugs. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, his face contorted, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Congratulations to the Demon Lord for creating glory again and killing Demon Hunter Van Helsing, 8th on the top 100 years list. Many vampires flew over and bowed respectfully at the feet of the Chinese youth. They trembled, not knowing whether it was out of fear or excitement. Even Duke Dracula's eyes were filled with fear and admiration, like the most loyal servant seeing his master. This youth was Nieming Yuan, who had killed his way from Southeast Asia to Europe. I've wiped out several territories of the Blood Clan, devoured more than a dozen Duke-level Blood Clan vampires who refused to submit, and many demon hunters. My current strength should be comparable to Jiang Tian, right? He casually grabbed a vampire, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed him. He then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked casually, Chapter 686. Seeing this, the vampires under his feet trembled even more, but none of them dared to escape, let alone resist. I observed his cultivation level. He should be at the chi refinement stage of an immortal cultivator. Although your demonic body is strong, there is still a gap. In the depths of Nieming Yuan's mind, the brainhead Daoist laughed strangely. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Why are you in such a hurry, Your Holiness? Let's attack again. Nieming Yuan snorted and said impatiently, Bullshit, it's not late. 10,000 years is too long, seize every minute. Your Holiness, the entire blood race is almost unified now. Many lords and princes have all submitted to you. In the depths of his mind, the soul of the first-generation vampire, Grim, suggested in a muffled voice. Now it's time to attack the Holy See and the Palace of Gods. They are the ones who are truly rich. Nieming Yuan's expression changed. He was very greedy. Grim, don't mislead Your Holiness just because you have a grudge against the Holy See. I despise you. In the depths of his mind, the brainhead Daoist touched his chin and said, I'm afraid Your Holiness's current strength is still not enough to destroy the Holy See. There are real descendants of the human gods there. I think we should go to the Caucasus region and take down the werewolves and shamans first. This way, the entire covenant of darkness will be ours. When that time comes, Your Holiness will lead the covenant of darkness and bring chaos to the world. We will fight against the Holy See together. Isn't that great? I want to kill that bastard Jiang Tian. Why do I have to attack the Holy See? Nieming Yuan was extremely unhappy. Demon Lord, calm down, calm down. This is a roundabout way to save the country. A roundabout way to save the country. The two souls trembled in fear and hurriedly explained. The covenant of darkness leads the blood race, werewolves, witches, shamans, and many other powerful forces. However, the Holy See obviously has greater influence in the secular world. If we take down the Holy See, we can even control the entire Europe and even the entire Western world. Nuclear weapons, electromagnetic cannons, wouldn't it be easy to kill Jiang Tian with them? Oomph. Nieming Yuan was non-committal. He just snorted impatiently. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, it turned into billowing black demonic chi, which circled around the ancient castle before sweeping into the distance. When Nieming Yuan's black gas wrapped around them, many of the demon hunters in the castle were deprived of their vitality and turned into dried corpses that fell to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, a half-dead female demon hunter slowly got up. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, she shivered and muttered to herself, Demon, this is a real demon. It's too scary, too powerful. Who can save us? While Nieming Yuan was conquering cities and territories all over the world, Nieming Yuan was in a daze. In the ancient Wudong training hall, Jiang Tian's pill refining was coming to an end. Xingyang Dragon Tiger Gold Core, success. He sat cross-legged on the ground and casually slapped the 5 elements pill furnace, causing the lid to fly up. Several crimson-red pills flew into the air and spun around chaotically. These pills were crystal clear, as if they were carved out of agate. They emitted a bright red light, thousands of auspicious colors, and clouds were rising. In the surging spiritual qi, there were dragons circling, phoenixes soaring, tigers galloping, and tortoises hibernating. There were also the roars of Taoai, Taowu, and other ancient beasts. It could be said that there were many strange phenomena and thousands of changes in an instant. It was dazzling, and one would be deeply moved at a glance. This is a superior-grade spiritual pill, a real spiritual pill. The spiritual qi has turned into a spirit, causing strange phenomena. Jiang Tian was beaming with joy. And 1, 2, 3, 4, there are actually 9 superior-grade spiritual pills. Other than my breakthrough this time, I can still leave a few for Qing'e and the rest. He left one and put the rest into the sky-devouring demonic gourd. The sky-devouring demonic gourd was a spatial treasure. In terms of preserving medicinal properties, it was even better than a storage ring. Even if it was stored for 8 to 10 years, it would not lose any medicinal properties. The pill is finally done. My half a month of hard work was not in vain. Jiang Tian nodded contentedly. Looking at the pill, he pondered for a while and said, I can finally put those few ideas of mine into practice. After taking the Guizhong Cauldron Heavenly Pill and breaking through once, Jiang Tian's cultivation did not improve much in the 5 long months. In the late stage of qi refinement, especially after the phenomenal success of the gung metal divine body, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth consumed was not enough for a car's worth of spiritual qi to break through. However, the gung metal divine body was unusual. With his current cultivation and divine powers, he could beat early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill a mortal deity, a half-step mortal deity, and 2 peak-stage immortal state cultivators in the blink of an eye. The righteous Yang Dragon Tiger Gold Pellet is the fiercest Yang energy. It contains the most active fire element energy. Not only can it help me break through the shackles of the 7th level of qi refinement, it can even help me activate my potential and unlock a few new abilities. Jiang Tian thought to himself as he sensed the raging energy in the righteous Yang Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. The Immortal of 9 Swords had reached the level of Sky Immortal, and the mortal deity cultivated by the ancestral master of the Hong sect, Situ Shao, was at least an Earth-level deity. All of this information put a lot of pressure on Jiang Tian. Besides, there were nuclear weapons, electromagnetic cannons, laser cannons, and other powerful weapons in this world. Not to mention, some of the major countries in the world like the United States still had some high-precision weapons hidden at the bottom of their chests. They had always kept these weapons a secret as their final trump card. Although Jiang Tian was able to take missiles head-on, he was still far from being able to take on nuclear weapons head-on. Although he had reached the phenomenal success stage of the gung metal divine body, there were still many divine powers that he had not activated yet. The melting point of titanium alloy was around 1,600 degrees Celsius. Jiang Tian's gung metal divine body could withstand lava at 6,000 degrees Celsius and lightning at 10,000 degrees Celsius. It was obvious that Jiang Tian's gung metal divine body was stronger than titanium alloy, or even pure titanium. But what was the temperature of a nuclear weapon? It was estimated that the core temperature was over 100 million degrees Celsius and could compress everything into plasma and vaporize in an instant. It could be said that if a superpower really used nuclear weapons, or even a depleted uranium bomb, Jiang Tian would be reduced to ashes. He had successfully attacked France not long after he had killed Professor Zeus and the other overlords. Many superpowers in the European Union were wary of him. Besides, he had shown some restraint and didn't provoke the other countries in the European Union. Sankey and the Rothschild family were also unpopular. In the end, France was the only country that had sent troops. However, if the Eagle faction came to power one day, especially the United States, Russia, and the European Union, they would join forces to wage war against Jiang Tian. By then, Jiang Tian would still be in danger. Unfortunately, there are too few spirit treasures on Earth, and the sky-swallowing demon gourd is not a defensive Dharma treasure. Jiang Tian heaved a sigh. In Jiang Tian's opinion, if he wanted to withstand the attacks of Earth-level deities, sky-level deities, nuclear weapons, and electromagnetic cannons, he must have a spirit treasure defensive Dharma artifact or reach the early stage of Foundation establishment. However, it was impossible to reach the early stage of Foundation establishment or get a spirit treasure defensive Dharma artifact in a short time. The reason was that the spirit chi in this world was too depleted and the cultivation resources were too scarce. Without a defensive Dharma artifact, reaching the level of Foundation establishment is also an extravagant hope. Now, I can only use a few divine powers of the gung metal divine body. Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed and his thoughts gradually became clear. After the 7th level, Jiang Tian could use the time stop, divine powers, and the eternal banishment, divine powers. However, these divine powers were against the laws of nature and would consume too much energy for Jiang Tian's current level of cultivation. There are only two ways to resist the attacks of the outside world: escape or fight. Jiang Tian heaved a sigh and said, "Then I'll start with these two divine powers, the body movement technique and the defensive divine powers." In an instant, Jiang Tian's mind was filled with many divine powers suitable for the gung metal divine body. Earth escape technique? No. This body technique requires the earth spirit physique. It's not suitable for me. 9 transformations of Gale? The cultivation conditions are too harsh. I need to be next to a space-time crack and absorb the cosmic wind for my own use. It would be strange if I could find a space-time crack now. My divine sense can't even cover the earth. Blood escape divine robe? No, it consumes too much blood essence. It's more suitable for Foundation establishment cultivators with stronger bloodlines. With my cultivation, I'll be exhausted after a few runs. In the blink of an eye, thousands of divine powers floated through Jiang Tian's mind and were all rejected by Jiang Tian. In the end, Jiang Tian slapped his thigh and sighed. I'm not stupid. The most suitable body protection divine powers for the gung metal divine body is the indestructible golden body. The indestructible golden body was the divine powers that came with the gung metal divine body. It was a technique that could break up one's body and then reform it. However, Jiang Tian had failed to activate it several times before. Jiang Tian also understood the reason. The gung metal divine body was too solid and hard. It was extremely difficult to break up one's body and reform it again. So much so that Jiang Tian didn't have much hope. But it was different now. Jiang Tian's righteous Yang Dragon Tiger Golden Core was the most active. It could stimulate his potential and greatly increase the chances of activating the indestructible golden body. As for body techniques, why don't I cultivate the distanceless and seamless secret technique of the star-picking sect? Jiang Tian's eyes lit up again. The distanceless and seamless secret technique. It was a low-level secret technique that could shrink the ground into an inch and travel thousands of miles in an instant. If Jiang Tian mastered it, his speed would be at least 5 times faster than the speed of sound. Advanced missiles are basically at Mach 3 or 4, and nuclear warheads are loaded on the missiles. It's limited by this speed. If I really master this body technique, even if I don't cultivate the indestructible golden body, I'll still be able to run away. I'll be running Jiang in the future. Speaking of which, the star-picking sect, a third-rate sect that specializes in stealing, has other strengths. Jiang Tian shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Let's start cultivating. The next moment, he revealed his gung metal divine body and slowly swallowed the righteous Yang Dragon Tiger Golden Core. Cultivate. Jiang Tian suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. It was as if he was being burned by fire. His blood boiled and boiled as if it was about to dry up. His organs felt like they were about to turn into ashes. His skin glowed with a golden light, as if it was about to crack. Black smoke spewed out of Jiang Tian's orifices, followed by red flames. Jiang Tian looked like a fire-breathing demon. If one used their divine senses to look inside, they would be shocked to see. At this time, Jiang Tian's organs, bones, muscles, blood vessels, and nerves, everything had turned into a golden liquid. It was surging, flowing, and quickly reforming. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.